Good morning, everyone, again, and welcome back to the National Advisory Committee meeting. Yesterday, there was a lot of great committee discussion, and so we're certainly looking forward to more of that today. Just a reminder for those of you in the audience, if anyone intends to make public comment this morning and has not done so, please provide your name at the registration desk. For webcast viewers, a call-in number will show up on your screen during the public comment session, which is scheduled for 11 a.m. today. A couple of quick housekeeping things. I would just like to remind the committee members that when you are called upon to speak, please remember to clearly state your name before you begin speaking, and please do that each time. And speak closer to the mic. And each committee member should have received a travel reimbursement package, so please be sure to turn that in to Enid before you leave today. So at this time, I would like to turn things over to the NAC Vice Chair, James Tucker, who will offer opening remarks.
Good morning. We had a very productive day yesterday, and today we expect it's going to be more of the same. We're looking forward to getting updates from the census staff on the data products, and we also are looking forward to the public comments. We are in the process of putting together the recommendations, and we expect that there's going to be a very fulsome discussion of those this afternoon. And with that, I think with no further ado, we can go ahead and get started on the data products.
Thank you, James. So I'd like to call up Jason Devine and Cynthia Hollingsworth to present on the proposed 2020 Data Products Plan.
Good morning. My name is Jason Devine, and I am looking for my colleague, Cynthia Davis Hollingsworth. Well, she does the second portion of the presentation, so maybe as I go through, she will arrive. So, again, I'm Jason Devine. I work in the population division. Cynthia Davis Hollingsworth works in the Decennial Census Management Division, and we will update you today on our proposed 2020 Census Data Products Plan. During the first NAC presentation on this topic in the spring, we discussed the proposed data products for 2020 and the challenges we faced implementing a new method for disclosure avoidance that utilizes differential privacy. This presentation will be a continuation of that discussion. So the Census Bureau has a long history of protecting information provided by respondents. Over the decades, more and more granular census data have been published. Advances in data science, good morning, Cynthia. Advances in data science, more powerful computers, and externally accessible big data, which contain a lot of personal information, has increased the risk of identifying individuals from published statistics. To mitigate this risk, the Census Bureau is implementing new disclosure avoidance methods for the 2020 census. Our goal for the 2020 census data products remains to meet data user needs while implementing the new disclosure avoidance method. However, there are some challenges. In the presentation today, we will discuss the 2020 census data products that will be supported by the current differentially private disclosure avoidance system. We're developing other formal privacy systems for protecting 2020 census data products that include tabulations that provide counts of the population by detailed race and Hispanic origin groups, tribes, and the population by household family types. For those products not supported by the current disclosure avoidance system, we are conducting outreach to understand what the must-have tables are, both in terms of detail and geography. Stakeholder feedback combined with a review of access rates. Feedback was collected through a July 2018 Federal Register notice, its extension, and associated outreach. Additional outreach has been conducted to obtain input from data users. A 2010 demonstration data product file has been developed and released that is allowing external data users to examine the impact on accuracy of using differential privacy. We're very excited about this product and the opportunities it presents for external data users. An additional outreach is planned, including a National Academy of Sciences workshop, and Cynthia will provide more information on the demonstration product, 2010 demonstration product, the additional outreach that has taken place, and what is planned. So stakeholder feedback combined with a review of table access rates and subject matter expert knowledge is informing the development of the 2020 data products. The 2020 data products will include an initial set of products made up of legally mandated products and products with tables that are expected to be supported by the current differentially private disclosure avoidance system. A later set of products are planned to be produced that will include tables that will be protected using other formal privacy systems. The design of these products will be informed by feedback and information we already have and additional feedback that we receive. So all of the products we're going to discuss include data for the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico. While we are working on the data product plans for the Pacific and Virgin Island areas, they are not covered in this presentation. During the spring NAC meeting, we went over the proposed data products for 2020 and how they followed a structure similar to the 2010 census. On this slide, the proposed 2020 data products are listed in 3 categories. Those products that the current disclosure avoidance system either supports or is being expanded to support. This includes the 2 legally mandated products, the apportionment product and the redistricting file, PL 94-171. The apportionment product isn't actually impacted by the disclosure avoidance method used since the state counts are kept as they were enumerated. This category also includes the demographic profiles, the demographic and housing characteristics file, and the congressional district demographic and housing characteristics file. The next category includes tables and products where we still have to develop other formal privacy algorithms that will be also based on differential privacy that would allow for their release. These include detailed race and Hispanic origin tables and some family household tables that were included in Summary File 1 in 2010, Summary File 2, the American Indian Alaska Native Summary File, and a public use microdata sample file. The final category includes 2 products we do not plan to produce for 2020 since much of the data included in them will be available elsewhere, and these include the Summary of Population and Housing Characteristics, CPH1, and the Population and House Unit Counts Report Series, CPH2. So during the presentation, we'll focus on those products that the current disclosure avoidance system either supports or is being expanded to support. The apportionment product will be the first release of the 2020 census and will consist of the resident population of the 50 states plus the overseas federal employees, military and civilian, and their dependents living with them. The apportionment product is produced prior to disclosure avoidance being applied, so it is not impacted by the method used. The redistricting file satisfies Public Law 94-171, which directs the Census Bureau to provide data to the governors and legislative leadership and to public bodies with the initial responsibility for legislative redistricting in each of the 50 states for redistricting purposes. This product will be the first file release that will include demographic and housing characteristics about detailed geographic areas. Demographic profiles will provide critical demographic and housing characteristics about local communities as soon after the release of the redistricting file as possible. The demographic and housing characteristics file, or the DHC as I'll refer to it, will include many of the demographic and housing tables previously included in Summary File 1. And the Congressional District Demographic and Housing Characteristics file provides a retabulation of the demographic and housing characteristics file for the new congressional districts. So I'll go into more detail about the redistricting file and the demographic profiles and the DHC as I go through the presentation. So the redistricting file will be the second product released from the 2020 census, coming after the release of the apportionment product, and the first file release that will include demographic and housing characteristics for detailed geographic areas. The data identified by the states as required for redistricting under Public Law 94-171 includes data at the census block level on the voting age population, race, Hispanic origin, occupancy status, and the group quarters population for 7 major GQ types. These data will be available at the census block level and must be released within 1 year of Census Day. One update for the 2020 Redistricting file is the addition of data for 7 major group quarters types, which were provided in a separate product in 2010. Including these data in the redistricting file allows us to better meet state redistricting needs. The prototype for this product from the 2018 census test was made available in March and was the first 2020 census product to use the new disclosure avoidance methodology. So the 2018 redistricting file prototype specification is available on the Redistricting Data Program webpage on census.gov, and it provides details about what is included in this product. Here's a screenshot of what the cover of that document looks like, and I'm not going to go into detail about this, but to allow us to focus more on the demographic and housing characteristics file and its contents. So the DHC, or the demographic and housing characteristics file, will include many of the demographic and housing tables previously included in summary file 1. Subjects will include age, sex, race, Hispanic or Latino origin, household type, family type, relationship to householder. Some of the subjects will be provided by major OMB race, ethnicity groups, group quarters population, housing occupancy, housing tenure, and data in the DHC will be available for many different levels of geography. The data will be available for all of the geographies at and above the lowest level they are released for. In many cases, this will be at the census block level. The DHC will not include tables that provide counts by detailed race, Hispanic origin, tribes, and population by household family types due to the challenges associated with the use of differential privacy for privacy protection. However, we're developing other formally private solutions for data products that include these tables. The demographic profiles will provide critical demographic and housing characteristics about local communities from selected DHC tables in a streamlined, easy-to-use format as soon after the release of the redistricting product as possible. Subjects will include 5-year age group, sex, race, Hispanic or Latino origin, household type, relationship to householder, group quarters population, housing occupancy, and housing tenure. They'll be available at the place and minor civil division level. So the redistricting file and the demographic and housing characteristics file, when you consider them together, include a lot of demographic and housing data, with much of it being available at the census block level. In this slide, we show you what will be available at the lowest level of geography it is proposed to be available for. In many cases, these tables will be repeated by major race and Hispanic origin groups. An asterisk allows you to see which tables these are. So at the census block level, you'll have total population, urban-rural designation, sex, race, Hispanic or Latino origin, sex by 5-year and other age groups, iterated by race, sex by single year of age under 20, relationship to householder, households by householder characteristics, again iterated by race or repeated by race, household type by relationship, households by presence of people of specific ages, housing tenure, household size, group quarters population by sex and age for major types, median age for various groups. And again, as you can see, the asterisk indicates where those tables are repeated by the major race groups. At the census tract, you'll have population by single year of age up to 100 by sex, tenure by race by Hispanic or Latino origin, tenure by presence of own children. At the county level, you'll have household size by household type by presence of own children, household type by age of householder, household type by presence of people of specific ages, and at the state level, you'll have a group quarters file with some more detail by sex, by age, by major group quarters type. So prior to this meeting, we provided you with the proposed demographic and housing characteristics file product specification. So this specification allows you to see the list of tables that are included in the DHC. It provides a crosswalk from the 2010 summary file table numbers to the 2020 DHC tables and their numbers. It lists the tables that are new in the DHC. It shows the tables that were in SF1 but are not in the DHC. It shows the tables that are proposed for inclusion in the demographic profiles. And it provides each of the tables proposed in their lowest levels of geography. And we've added a few things, and I'll go over that in a few seconds from a version of the spreadsheet that we used for the CSAC presentation, and we've now expanded it to include information on the demonstration product. So you can now look in this crosswalk file and see what tables will be available in this demonstration product that was made available to external users. So this slide provides a screenshot of the key tab in the DHC table crosswalk that we provided. Let me look back real quick. Well, this is the old screenshot of the old version of this this crosswalk file, but I'll walk you through what's available in the crosswalk file as it currently exists, and that was the file that was made available to you with the additional information in it. So the crosswalk file has been expanded from the 5 tabs that were previously available in the CSAC crosswalk table to include 7 tabs now. It includes a README tab, 2 tabs that show what's available in the PL product, tabs that can let you see what's in the demographic profile and more detail about those tables from the demographic profile, and what's available in the demographic and housing characteristics file, a list of tables, and then more detail about what's available in those tables. You can see, if you look across the worksheet, there's the tabs, and those tabs let you select these different options to see what's in the PL product or the DHC, or more detail about what's in those tables. So this screenshot shows just the first few tables. If you compare the table number from 2010 and 2020, you can see if it is included or not. So for example, if you look at, if you kind of scroll down through the first few tables and you look at P7, you'll see that now that table is, the number for that table is PC01, which means that table has gone from being a block level table to being a county level table. So there's some information that can be gained by looking and understanding, and I'll talk a little bit about that, sort of the format or the nomenclature we use in naming these tables that sort of provide some of that information. And again, you can see an example of tables that are not included in the demographic and housing characteristics file that were provided in the summary file 1 in 2010, P8 through P11. You see those are designated in the second column as with the NA. That means they're not available in the DHC, but I'll point out that those tables are available in the PL product. So while they're not included in the DHC, they are available through the PL product, so you're still getting that information at the block level. And this also shows you what level of geography, the lowest level it's available for. And if you were to see the revised version of this, there would be an additional column that would say whether or not this was included in the demonstration product. This is just an example of if you look at the crosswalk and you find a table that you're interested in, you can look at the number or the designator for that table. You can go to the next tab, and you can look and see more details about what's going to be provided in that table. So for example, if you had looked at the first column or the first tab and were interested to see more about what was in P3 and you went to this tab, you can then see that this was, the universe for this table was the total population, and it provided counts at the block level for these race groups. So just as in 2010, the table numbers also tell you what the lowest level of geography the table will be available at. And I mentioned this when I went through that first tab. So P means a population table available at the census block level. PCT is a population table available at the census tract level. The PCO is a population table at the county level. PST is a population table at the state level. H is a housing table at the census block level, and HCT is a housing table at the census tract level. And by providing this crosswalk file, it will allow you to go and look for yourself at the tables that are being provided as part of this initial set of products that are being protected with the existing disclosure avoidance system. So as I mentioned, some of the tables are repeated by major race and Hispanic origin groups. The tables, when they're repeated by these groups, they're identified with the letters A through I. These are the same major race and Hispanic origin groups that were repeated for 2010. These include white alone, black or African American alone, American Indian, Alaska Native alone, Asian alone, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander alone, some other race alone, 2 or more races, Hispanic or Latino, and white alone, not Hispanic or Latino. So this screenshot shows the demographic profile tab, which shows what tables from the DHC will be included in the demographic profiles. And just as with the DHC, you have also a a tab that lets you see in more detail what's provided in those demographic profile tables. So this was a placeholder we had on an earlier version of our presentation as we were uncertain about the timing of the release of our demonstration product. But as I said, we have released that product, and that is available now for the public. So of course, we will still have other additional products. These will include census briefs. Census briefs will provide summaries of population and housing data and display data visually through maps, graphs, and figures. Population and housing tables, which will provide population and housing data, often providing comparisons to the previous census, and special reports, which will provide more in-depth analysis of population and housing data, not available in other data products. And this slide summarizes what I've just gone over. The first set of tables, the apportionment product, the redistricting file, the demographic profiles, and the demographic and housing characteristics file, or the DHC, will be supported by the current disclosure avoidance system. Although, as I said, the apportionment product is not impacted by the disclosure method used. For tables that require complex person-household joins, detailed race and Hispanic origin groups, and American Indian Alaska Native tribes and groups, we continue to work on ways to create public data products that include these tables that will meet user needs, yet maintain data confidentiality. As I mentioned, the next set of tables are mainly sourced from other tables, and we continue to discuss the release of a 2020 Census PUMS file. And the last two tables are the tables we are proposing not to produce. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Cynthia, who will complete the presentation.
Thank you, Jason. Good morning, everyone. So I will take this opportunity now to update you on our outreach activities that we've been conducting since we last spoke to you guys back in the spring. We've continued to participate in several meetings and conferences providing updates on our data products planning, as well as implementing the new disclosure avoidance methodology. These meetings include PAA, a NAS panel on privacy protection, most recently presenting at CSAC, as well as conducting consultations with the American Indian and Alaska Native. Participating in the tribal consultations, for example, have provided an important opportunity to hear feedback on how the tribes use Decennial data products and to answer their questions regarding the implementation of the new disclosure methodology. As part of our most recent conversation with CSAC, we were able to quickly implement one of the suggestions that were provided to us, which was a way to provide a one-stop shop location, basically on the website, where one can go to and find one cohesive location of getting updates on where we are with the 2020 data products planning. And hopefully, if we have enough time, I hope we can get to the website and I can walk you through that. I also want to point out that if we don't have enough time, whenever you go to www.census.gov, in the search bar, if you would just type in 2020 disclosure avoidance, or 2020 census data products, or 2010 demonstration data products, it will get you to the web page that we would like you to go to find that location, to find that information in one place. So again, hopefully we can do that. So in addition to participating in the conferences and meetings, we've released information regarding the implementation status of the 2020 Disclosure Avoidance System, or what we refer to as the DAS. This includes the release of the code base used for the 2018 end-to-end census test, as well as sample runs of this code on the 1940 census publicly available microdata. John Abel may speak to this a little bit more later in his presentation this morning. I want to also highlight the expansion of the 2020 Census Memo Series to now include formal decisions on the DAS implementation for the 2020 census data products. As a reminder, the memo series documents significant decisions, actions, and accomplishments of the 2020 census program. To date, we have 3 memos that have been released and can be found at the link provided above. The first memo is a decision on the DAS parameters that were relevant to the 2018 end-to-end census tests, where we produced the prototype PL94. And as Jason mentioned earlier, the decision that the DAS would run after the apportionment data are released. And most recently, relevant to the production of the 2010 demonstration data products, we just recently released the decision memo on the DAS parameters, as well as the privacy loss budget for that data product. And then this very last bullet on my slide here, this is regarding the 2-day CNSTAT workshop on the 2020 census data products that is scheduled to be held on December 11th and 12th of this year. This workshop will provide an opportunity to continue the discussion with the data user community, and so that we can understand their needs and uses of decennial data. This will inform us in making final decisions on the 2020 data products. Specifically, we will be discussing the assessment of the 2010 demonstration data products and how it impacts their needs and their uses. More details about the specific workshop is available on the CNSTAT webpage, which is accessible from the 2020 Census Data Products page. And again, I hope we can take a look at the website to get you there. And they have also put out a call for input now, so I want to encourage folks to go there so that you can also get registered and ways for you to participate in this workshop. So back to the 2010 demonstration data products that we keep talking about and referring to. When we first developed these slides, we were talking about the plan to release, but again, we're happy to report that last Tuesday, October 29th, we did in fact release the demonstration data products. The demonstration data products represent 2 data products specifically. That is the PL94 redistricting data, as well as what we're now referring to as the demographic and housing characteristics file. I do want to point out that this file represents only selected tables from the proposed DHC, and it was based on where we stand right now with the current DAS implementation. So if we have an opportunity, and sorry, I understand we started just a little bit early, so I didn't get a chance to go over to the table to ask if we would be able to go to the website live. Does that present a problem? And if it does, it's okay, I can keep going. Census.gov. Awesome. So if you go to the search bar, and in the interest of time, if you type in 2020 census data products, and scroll down to the search results just a little. Hopefully it's the very first option. Yes. If you would go to that page. Thank you. So this is a start of where I encourage people to go to get updated status on where we stand with the 2020 census data products. On the right-hand side, under related information, you can also get to any information regarding the disclosure avoidance. But I want to focus on this page right here. So if you scroll down, you'll see recent presentations and publications. This is by far not an exhaustive list, but it is just a start. And if you scroll down a little bit more, you will see the tab for the 2010 demonstration data products. So while it may not look like it, it is a clickable link. There we go. If you would go there. So this describes the purpose of the demonstration data products. If you go down a little bit more, the way that we are collecting feedback is through this email address, dcmd.2010.demonstration.data.products@census.gov. So again, we do encourage you to provide your feedback. We released a blog relevant to the release of this data. And then under the blog, you'll also see documentation and resources. This is where you will get to and find a copy, not only on the NAC website, but you will also find the copy of the crosswalk table that Jason has been referring to, as well as before you get to the data, we give you a README file so you understand how the data work. We have the technical documentation that accompanies the data, and then obviously we get you to the folder with the data. And we've also released some frequently asked questions, so to help guide you in understanding how to use the data, the purpose, and to give you a little bit more information. And last but not least, I would like to click on the blog, which is the actual announcement of the data release. And this blog was written by John and Tori, thank you. And within the blog itself, again, it goes into why we did this and its purpose. But if you scroll down, there is, in the very last sentence, I think, there is text around the 2-day workshop, and it does provide the link to CNSTAT. So if you would click on that. And just recently, I believe it was last Thursday or Friday, CNSTAT released the input call for this workshop. So if you look under upcoming events, in the middle, if you scroll down just a little, you'll see call for input workshop on 2020 census data products. And learn more and register, that's where you would go to see this specific announcement around the workshop and provide, if you can click on that, and provide a way to register. And that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Stuart is our discussant for this, so he will go, and then we will have our questions. We already have a few name tags up for those, so.
Hi, this is Stuart Michaels. So I've been asked to be the discussant for this, so let me see what I was able to prepare in advance. Okay, so I'm going to, first of all, thank you, Jason and Cynthia, for this. This is our second presentation, and I was asked to be the discussant the first time. I wonder whether I'm the right person, but I said yes. And I think in a certain way I am the right person because I'm sort of in the middle. I have a certain amount of experience. I'm a researcher, I work with data. I don't usually work directly with census data, but much of the data that I do work with is in some way directly or indirectly related to census, and the census data for data users and researchers like myself stands as a kind of incredibly important sort of gold standard, may be too strong a word, but it goes beyond almost everything that we're able to produce in terms of detail and level of granularity, so it's very important for understanding everything else. When we do a survey of the population, et cetera, we use census to calibrate our results, to correct, et cetera. So this is a long history, but there are many other users. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think we're going through a huge sea change, that this is a really incredibly important period of sort of realizing that there are some challenges that are faced by the Census Bureau and to protect the confidentiality of the data that they collect. There's some, but that has implications for the output, the data that is available and presented. And I think the NAC is a great place for discussion of these problems because we represent many different kinds of users who have different interests. And I think one of the things I want to say, I mean, it's taken me a while, so I'm imagining for some other people, getting your head around what's going on and what the issues are is a process. We're going to have a discussion a little bit later about the disclosure avoidance, but what we're seeing up front, and in some ways maybe for us this is the most important thing, is what are the implications? What practically is this going to mean for the work that we all do? So, I would say this is another reason why I'm a little uncertain whether I'm the best person. I think that we all have different needs and uses. So I really have been impressed. I've been on this committee for a long time now. It's 5.5 years. That I have huge respect for the Census Bureau, and I really applaud their commitment to protecting their data and making that data as publicly useful as possible. And so there's a certain level of transparency that's going on here where we're being told what the implications are. Sometimes it's a little hard to get your head around what they are, but, and the other thing I want to underline right at the beginning, because this is almost my takeaway, is that I think this is an extremely important moment. And it actually is a moment where the NAC could play a really important role. In other words, these decisions are in process. I hope that was clear from the presentation that there are a set of products which will be produced from 2020, many of them, or a number of them, because they're mandated and they have to be produced. But then there's the usual set of products that we've been used to over the years and that people use in various ways, that some of which will be available and some of which will not. And then, I do want to underline for people that there's then a whole set of open questions, right? There are future decisions. This is an ongoing process. And so again, that's where I think we have a role to play with others in trying to understand and influence those decisions and help the Census Bureau make the best decisions possible. I think I've said everything that was on this slide. I don't know, I think we're all coming at this from a different perspective, and I must admit, this turns me on in a certain way. The nerd part of me gets kind of excited, but I also very quickly realize that that starts to go way beyond what I'm used to and what I can really understand. So I guess what I want to say is sort of put this in perspective, make sure everybody understands. What I feel like has happened is an issue. I mean, I'm used to collecting data and protecting individuals' privacy and data, but because we do this on small data sets, or what for us feel like large data sets, but have nothing to do with the scale of a complete census decennial, or even the ACS and some of the other major surveys that the Census Bureau does, the issues are really different. What I'm getting, and I hope, and I look forward to being corrected if I'm wrong, is that what is driving this is a newish concern, which is that the actual data tables themselves, because they're so massive and there's so many of them, they actually produce under new conditions the possibility that you can figure out, you can reconstruct the individual data. And that's taken me a while to get my head around. So, but that's basically what we're talking about, which is why the question of their limitations to protect the individual data on the actual data tables. I will say, and out of respect to my colleagues, who I don't know where you are in understanding and listening and hearing about this process, that there is debate about this. There are data users, especially I think some of the academics, but there may be others, who actually think that maybe the Census Bureau is going too far. And so I can't speak to that. When I first heard this, I actually that sounded right to me immediately, because, you know, we've had this data, we're so dependent on it, it's been around and nothing horrible's ever happened. But I've talked to people who are much more sophisticated than me about the capabilities. I mean, you know, part of this problem is that we now have computational ability in terms of machinery and software that allows people to do things that were just totally inconceivable before. And that's the concern that as I understand, that's driving this. And since I believe them and trust them as understanding things much better than I do, and that they believe that and are concerned about it, I'm now sort of brought back to the middle, where I think there are real concerns, and I believe they're being addressed with great, and what I'm very, very convinced of, from what I've heard and the discussions that I've had with people here, is that they're being done, and these decisions are being made with great, great care. But they're decisions. There are choices. And so, and that's the other part that I'm very sort of impressed with and proud of, is that the Census Bureau is inviting the feedback, that they understand that these decisions need to be made with input from people who they can't represent, but that I'm informing us that we partially represent, and there are lots of others. And one of the things that's very impressive here is that the Census Bureau has been going around, and I believe there's going to be more and more invitations to feedback and discussion, certainly in the research and academic communities, but I think that many of us represent sort of, I don't know if this is end users who have very specific needs. And so, you know, I think part of our job is to help them understand, and for us to inform ourselves enough about what you guys need, what your organizations and the people you represent need, and whether or not it's there. And so the other thing is that I think that it's an interesting problem here, which is that we kind of have to understand a certain amount of the technical side, but I think we also have to pay attention to what the substantive needs are and create a kind of balance. I think we're going to be able to speak mostly about the substantive needs. You know, if you're not going to get an enumeration, an account of the communities and with the details that you need, then we got a problem. And the Census Bureau is very aware of that, and there are some mechanisms. This is where I must admit there is some confusion on my part, and it's sort of the general thing that I would like some help understanding better is, let me see, I think I tried to put this up somewhere. So I guess this is one version of the point, is that we've seen that there are a bunch of tables that have always existed, that exist at very detailed level or mandated that will be available. But there are other tables that existed traditionally which are no longer going to exist. A number of them have to do with things that we're particularly interested in. So racial and ethnic origin groups and our tribal groups and other details about the population, and then of interest to me are some of the issues around households and family types. It's those things at very fine detail that become problems because there's a lot of categories and that they make complex tables, et cetera. So what I understand here, but I don't really understand what the mechanism is and how to think about this, so is that there are other methods. So there's a primary system of basically generating and agreeing to a set of tables and having the data that's behind them available for people to work with is, I think, how that works, or that it at least exists. And then being able to create tables that are under some other adjacent system. So I think that's something we need to understand better so we can be more informed. I mean, I don't think it's going to be great for us to sort of demand or for people to demand something that is sort of doesn't fit within the system. But I believe the system is being developed in such a way that there can be a back and forth about those things. So that's a major concern that I'm bringing to this and that I would like some better understanding. And then I think I'm basically saying the same thing. So I guess this is more like, I don't know if I could or was just unwilling to do my due diligence, but I just want to give you guys back the reflection that it's hard to get your head around this, that this gets into a lot of detail. And what I started to do was like try to think about what things have existed. Like I went through that master table and I started looking at where did things suddenly jump from the block level, which I assume everybody understands is an extremely fine grain. That's as granular as you can get, and you can build up any other geographic level from that, where some things have jumped from being basically, we used to get them at that level, and now we're suddenly at the county level. I think that's true for some things around specific groups that we're interested in. That's a big concern. The county level's way too high, I'm sure, for a lot of people's needs for some of those things. On the other hand, I think there's basically some indication that in specific cases that could be made available or that already will exist in some way or another. By the way, I just want to say one other thing, because it's only during the meetings that as I've talked with people and thought about this more, that I began to realize this. Right now, we're talking about the decennial census. You know, the decennial census is really the most basic data, but it's very, very few questions. I mean, it's sex and age and race, ethnicity, and basically, I think the type, owner-renter kind of thing. And I don't know if there's one or two other things, but there are not many questions. But this problem and these issues are eventually, but not immediately, going to be applied to all census data, especially the most used census data in my worlds, which is the American Community Survey. So, the beginnings of this discussion, we need to be having, okay, it's easy, right, relatively easy, but you can also see how complicated, how multiple the tables are, and figuring out where we've lost something or where we need something. So basically, I really saw my role as trying to help frame what the problem is here, because I really think that it's the members of this committee and the different kinds of needs that people have that need to be brought to the table so we can have a productive discussion. And I think it's very exciting because there's an openness to hearing our feedback. This is one of the times when we're relatively early in a process, and I think we can have an effect. But this is going to be an issue we're going to be discussing for a while. There's going to be a lot more discussion about this. And so I really invite my colleagues on the NAC to expand and express what your needs and concerns are about this. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Stuart. John Aboud had a response to something Stuart said, and then we'll move on to our questions from the NAC members.
Thank you, and thanks for those excellent comments. thanks to Jason and Cynthia, we're getting pretty good at this presentation. I want to try not to go too deeply into the weeds, but also give you a substantive answer to your questions that's got enough technical detail in it so you can appreciate what's going on. So the Census Bureau has made a commitment to use formal privacy methods for all the publications from the 2020 census, except the apportionment numbers, which will not pass through the disclosure avoidance system. I've been asked to stress that every time I speak, and so I lead with it now. But what matters here is the algorithms that you use to do that. The algorithms chain together sequences of programs, each of which has to satisfy certain constraints in order to meet the definitions of formal privacy. The algorithms that our team was initially asked to develop had to produce microdata summaries that could be sent to the pre-existing tabulation system in order to produce dissemination quality tables. So there's an awful lot of infrastructure there. Cynthia is extremely familiar with this, and Jason has been one of the persons auditing these things for a long time. There's a lot of infrastructure there that the main top-down algorithm, TDA, was designed to plug into. It turned out as we developed that we were able to show mathematically that certain kinds of tables that we used to produce didn't fit into that paradigm. And they're the ones that Stuart just called out, the detailed race and ethnicity, and tabulations that tell you about the characteristics of people who are living with a householder of a particular characteristic. The technical term for that is a join table. It was not within the reach of the engineering technology in the TDA to produce microdata that would deliver those tabulations along with essentially the bulk of the old SF1, now called DHC. So a long series of executive level discussions ensued in which we asked, which of the constraints can we relax? Right? If we can't relax the microdata constraint, then a much more limited set of detailed race and ethnicity, AIAN, and join tables might be possible with some engineering. But if we can relax that constraint and develop a separate set of differentially private algorithms that don't have to produce microdata, then we can expand the space of products that we can produce. So we decided to do the latter. We have already written some of the contracts to implement that, but now you can see what the issue is. Now there are other pieces that are missing again. So outcome protected tables, but there's no dissemination system that ingests protected tables and distributes them in a format that you're likely to see. Secondly, those tables of necessity won't go down to the levels of detailed geography that you're used to seeing. That there were 100 billion linearly independent statistics in SF2 and AIAN. I don't think that you need to go back to your high school algebra class to understand that 330 million data points and 100 billion statistics makes an equation system that has solutions that will pick out the people that you were talking about. That's just true. So we asked ourselves, what can we do in this situation to improve the quality of the data products, recognizing that the disclosure limitation was going to be difficult? And the answer to that is to use the statistical methodology that has been developed over the course of the last decade in producing high-quality estimates of detailed geographic areas using a combination of direct estimates and modeling. And so there's now a team being deployed to do that. And the goal of that team is to deliver data products that are actually as good in quality as the ones that were delivered from 2010, but they are not all what we call direct estimates. They are modeled estimates. All of that said, this is at a very early stage of development, just as you pointed out. it is our intention to engage the user community as extensively as possible, and it's also our intention to acknowledge that this activity really requires that the users have a look at provisional products, demonstration products, tests, and give active comment. So it might take a little longer to get those products out than we would all like, but this iterative process ought to deliver better quality data products than would have otherwise come out. And we don't want to overpromise. I'm not going to tell you exactly what they look like, because our agreement amongst us is that we won't commit to a product until we believe that we can deliver it and that it has the quality that our users expect. So I got a little bit into the weeds, but Tori agreed that we should just get this out in the open now so that we can discuss it along with the other things for the rest of the morning. So thank you very much for your patience.
Can I just add one question, which I forgot to mention? I think one thing that would be helpful here, I don't know if you can do it right now, but also it would be helpful to have a little better understanding of the timeline of decision-making. Because I'm sort of thinking about, for the NAC and for others, they would, and some of it may not be known and some of it's pushed out. But just to start to give us some idea about that, I think would be helpful.
This is John About again. I'm not going to hand this question off to Cynthia, because I think what you want is a description of the process. So if you go to the pages that Cynthia, as we make decisions, we will put them out there. And so we have committed to the timeline for PL 94-171 and those DHC tables that are on the list of products that Jason and Cynthia just described. We are trying to commit to the general timeline that the Census Bureau announced several years ago for data products. Our ability to do that will depend on other factors, and we will certainly keep the user community in the loop and actually try to provide active explanations. If a particular thing is going to be delayed, we'll give the reasons. And so I think that's about as transparent as we can be. You acknowledge, and I want to acknowledge, that what we're having is a public discussion about features of census data that we haven't been able to have a public discussion about before, and that public discussion ought to shape the policies of the Census Bureau, and it will. And it's good that we can have it, and so let's just keep that part going, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our discussion here. The first person I have whose card went up is Nicole.
Thanks, Julie. Nicole Borromeo with the Alaska Federation of Natives. I have a question about slide 12. 20% of Alaska's census tracts have 2,000 residents or less, and within those small tracts resides 1/3 to 1/2 of Alaska's native population. As you've heard through the tribal consultations, both at the Alaska Federation of Natives and the National Congress of American Indians, the American Indian and Alaska Native communities are very concerned about how the Bureau's differential privacy measures are going to skew our data. This is important to us because the U.S. government owes our federally recognized tribes a special trust responsibility. This trust responsibility is grounded in the Constitution, federal tribal treaties, and has been consistently reconfirmed through decades and centuries, really, of case law and federal statutes. With respect to slide 12, Jason, you mentioned that the Bureau is in the process of developing a formal privacy system that meets the user needs and maintains confidentiality for American Indian and Alaska Native tribes. I have two questions. The first one is, when do you expect to have those systems developed? This is considering the enumeration starts for Alaska and Tooksuk Bay on the 21st of January. And my second question is, will non-noise data go to the various federal departments and agencies to better enable them to uphold their federal trust responsibilities to our tribes? Thank you.
This is Jason Devine. I'm going to provide a really brief answer, then I think John About, because he touched on it in the response he's already provided, can provide you more information. What I would say at this point, as far as work on the algorithms that will support these other products, team has been formed and has started that work. I think the rest of, to provide a more complete response, it would have to come from others who are working more closely with those teams. So I don't know, John, if you want to provide any more, or if...
Hi, this is John About again. We have written a task order to implement the production of detailed race and ethnicity, AIAN, and household person join tables. It has a very aggressive timeline for the first year, such that demonstration products would be available internal to the Census Bureau, not necessarily public, at the end of 8 months. So it's about as aggressive as you can put a software development program on. The first ones of those products will be to address detailed race, ethnicity, and AIAN. And the first tool to be delivered will allow our internal subject matter experts to start much more precisely answering the questions that you just raised. How do we generate accurate, detailed counts and still provide the kinds of demographic data that you want in addition to the count? So I think, to be fair, the problem is well stated. This contractor team is not starting from scratch. The internal science had already been partially developed, so they're starting with a set of proposals that we believe to be feasible, but we don't know them to be feasible. So that's why I don't want to overpromise. But it's an aggressive timeline, so certainly by the next time that we meet, we will be able to give you a progress report on that, and I hope you'll find that progress report uplifting. You've got to be an optimist in this business, so optimism can only carry you so far. You also have to actually deliver. So understanding that I haven't made any specific promises here, but I have told you what the mechanism is by which we would deliver those things. We have a commitment to deliver usable, detailed race and ethnicity data and usable AIAN data, and we will meet that commitment. And we believe we know how we're going to do it, but to say any more would be more speculation than science at this point. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Just one follow-up comment, John. Thank you very much. Nicole again from the Alaska Federation of Natives. It's going to be the Alaska Federation of Natives recommendation, and I'll seek support from my colleagues on the NAC, that to the extent you find that it is unfeasible for you to develop that additional tool that you're going to use, that you don't apply differential privacy to our tables this time around, because we do have that special trust responsibility that makes our community a bit different, and the stakes are very high in terms of getting the data correct.
Thank you for that comment. I'll just say that I don't make any of those decisions. The decisions about how to do the confidentiality protection for the 2020 census are made by the Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee. I sit on that committee, but so does most of the front row here who are census employees, including wrapping around to where the members start. And we've had a lot of very long, very serious conversations, and we welcome the recommendations from interest groups like yours, and they will get full consideration. Thank you.
Sort of adding to Nicole's comment, I know that, so it sounds like, and this is what you're asked to reiterate, John, every time you speak about this, right, that the 100% counts are what's going to be used for congressional representation and these kinds of things, right? So I think part of what maybe what Nicole is asking is that, is it possible that there be 100% counts, not by tables or all that other stuff, but 100% counts used for funding related issues for American Indian and Alaska Natives? And so is that, so I don't know if I heard quite a response on, like, and this may not be your decision, but could that, maybe that could be a recommendation the NAC could make, could be that for the purposes of allocation funding for American Indian tribes, that their 100% counts be used, even if they're not publicly released, because you can't release that because of differential privacy, that those counts be used in the same way that 100% counts are used for congressional representation. Does that, I hope you're following what I'm asking.
That's exactly what my second question was, just better stated. Thank you.
This is John About again. That question will come before the Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee. So the rest of my comment is on the order of trying to explain to you why it's not just a rubber stamp. Every decision that you make like that compromises the confidentiality protections in the rest of the data. And it does so in ways that are potentially unlimited. And so a better solution, in my opinion, and I am stating my opinion now, a better solution is to demonstrate that the data that we release meets the allocative standards that have been proposed for the uses of census data in direct allocation. So the Constitution says that the apportionment of the House of Representatives must be based on the actual enumeration. And that has been interpreted by the Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee to mean that the recommendations that we give to the Secretary of Commerce that he then delivers to the President are based on the actual enumeration for apportionment, and so that's what we'll do. The statutes recognize that the census data are going to be used for many purposes, including redistricting and basis for allocation formulas, basis for weights in surveys that are used for allocation formulas, and we recognize that those are important use cases. That same statute says that we have to protect the confidentiality of the underlying microdata, so we have to make an informed decision about how to balance real re-identification risks that are represented every time we release an exact number against this disruption in the allocation formulas. And we are trying to be transparent, and we are trying to promote discussions with all the interest groups about those trade-offs. But they're real trade-offs, and they don't go away by saying this interest group has particular statutory authority. Many interest groups have statutory authority. And I recognize the special status that American Indians and Alaska Natives have, that those are intergovernmental treaties, but those intergovernmental treaties also do not escape the protection of Section 9 of Title 13. So we are trying to be good stewards of these data, and we're trying to have this discussion in a very public way so that it's understood why the decisions are made. And I'll stress again that those decisions have not been made for the 2020 census, and when they are made, they will be made as a matter of policy, not as a matter of algorithm. Thank you.
Tae-Koo is next.
Thank you. Tae-Koo Lee. So I have a couple of questions that pick up on some of the same themes, but off of slide 27. And like Stuart, I'm not a extremely high-end user of census data, but I am a frequent end user of census data, so these questions come from that perspective. So the first is on the plan for tables for detailed race and Hispanic origin groups and American Indian and Alaska Native groups. I appreciate John About's careful explanation, but from an end user perspective, I guess I want to know, is the continued research that's planned about whether these subgroup tables will be made available, or which ones will be made available, or what will be made available in the tables? It wasn't clear from your answer to Stuart whether, for example, this is a software problem or a privacy problem. And also, when you mention algorithms that produce microdata, can you clarify for somebody at my level what that actually means? And then, do the confidentiality protection issues mean that a potential outcome is that larger subgroups like Chinese Americans or Cuban Americans would get a table, but smaller subgroups like Chamorro or Cambodians or Costa Ricans do not get tables? And then similarly on the several lines below on PUMS, the slide says we continue to discuss the release of a PUMS file for the 2020 census. Again, is the discussion about if or how and what? So that is, which variables or how large of a microsample, or is it about whether or not there will be a release of any kind of public use microsample file? And if it's about if, then I want to know what are the main concerns beyond confidentiality and re-identification risk that are feeding into this discussion about whether there will be a PUMS file from 2020. Thank you.
I'm sure this is John About. I'm sure some of you have questions for Cynthia and Jason, who are extremely well prepared to answer them, but I'll take these. So let's start with the requirement to produce microdata. So if you are familiar with the systems that the Census Bureau has developed over the last several decades for disseminating information, then you'll know that when you go into the American Fact Finder and you pose your question, you get directed to a table with a particular layout that generally contains the data that you were looking for. That's now been migrated and replaced by data.census.gov, but data.census.gov operates on the same principles. In order to load that table into the dissemination system, it's not enough to just ask a statistical program to calculate those numbers. The descriptions of the rows, the descriptions of the columns, the descriptions of the statistics, and the annotations that are required for those statistics all have to be delivered in the form of metadata. That's done by a tabulation system. Our tabulation systems historically have operated on the actual microdata from the survey that has been passed through a traditional confidentiality protection system, generally for household data that involved swapping and some modeling of the variables and the records. But then the record structure looks like the original data, and the tabulator can generate those tables. So we were constrained in developing the main modules of the 2020 DAS to give the tabulation system something that it could do that with, so that it could make the tables that were formatted by specifications that people like Jason and Cynthia supply, so that they can then go into a dissemination system. All right. That means that the disclosure avoidance system doesn't produce the tables that are actually released. They're produced from microdata. Microdata is just defined as a record-level image of the underlying data. So the microdata we deliver to that tabulation system produces not the original confidential data, but the protected tabular summaries that have gone. So that's just the technical description of how it works. Those microdata have already been through disclosure avoidance, so they are candidates for a public use microsample file. And the reason that the public use microdata sample file is at the end of the product list is it's now a software and engineering problem, how best to get not just the ones that went into DHC and PL94, but the data that go into the detailed race and ethnicity and the joins properly represented in those microdata files, given that those other systems are not going to produce microdata. So that is a complicated software engineering and scientific problem that we haven't solved. That's why we haven't said what the specification will be. But the microdata products that we've released historically have all been through disclosure avoidance. They're not an exact image of the underlying confidential data either. I think I hit all your questions, but if I didn't, and you remind me what I missed, I'll try again.
One question for the detailed race and Hispanic origin groups and AIAN is whether the size of the groups in the general population will affect their likelihood of there being tables released.
So this is John About again. So that's precisely the constraint we're trying to get rid of. We are trying not to suppress data, but to have the users recognize that the smaller the target population, the noisier the tabular summary will be. So that's a statement of a feature, not a bug in the algorithms. Recognizing that there are good statistical methods for using such data that have been deployed by particularly geospatial scientists who use these methods routinely to give you very detailed thermal maps of characteristics where they've only taken measurements at specific places and they've modeled the rest of the relationship. We believe that that kind of modeling strategy will actually deliver very usable, detailed geographic data on these small populations, understanding that it involves combining information from a variety of tables in a fairly sophisticated way, but a way that is explainable and a way that comes with properly defined measures of uncertainty so you can understand when the inferences are valid and when they aren't. That's the goal, and we are working towards that goal. That would mean that the level of geographic detail is not the same thing as what tables you produce with the differential privacy system with this specification versus that specification. The level of geographic detail is what the modeled output produces, and that's how we're working towards a better solution for that.
Okay, Jake was next.
Thank you. Jake Fitzsimano with the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander National Network. In the 2010 census, the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander population was the race group most likely to self-report multiple races. I mean, almost 60% of those that identified as Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander were in that combination category. For this reason, our organizations, while we like to see Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander alone data, that's okay. But when we see the alone or in combination, that's when we really smile. And so I'm really grateful that in the DHC products that I see here on this spreadsheet, that there are some Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander products that are proposed to be available in 2020 that were not available in 2010. I think that is fantastic, although they're only listed there as the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander alone disaggregation. So my only comment is simply a strong re-emphasis that these products, like the tenure by household size, tenure by age of householder, household type by relationship, are just a couple of the ones that I've seen here that are proposed for 2020 that we didn't have in 2010. Just a re-emphasis that these products include tabulation by alone or in combination, and not just the NHPI alone as they're currently listed in the DHC crosswalk.
Megan was next.
Thank you. Good morning, Megan Murray from the National LGBTQ Task Force. I have three totally separate questions. One is on the timeline and decision-making structure that you just talked about. Thank you so much for talking us through the process. As a person who comes at this from an advocate standpoint and not a researcher standpoint, I care actually less about the process and more about where the endpoint is for our ability to have input. I'm super psyched that you have that one data product on the timeline that gets it out in 8 months. And my question is, where in that timeline, prior to that 8-month point, is the endpoint of when advocates can weigh in on that system? And also, if you could just restate what that decision-making committee is and who makes up that decision-making committee, so that we can have a sense of when there's value for us to be speaking, so that we know who we're talking to. That is one question set. The second is around, and this is a data products question, but it wasn't directly addressed by the presentation, but I think all of us are sitting with these outstanding questions around what data sources the Bureau is planning to use to comply with the executive order on citizenship data, but also in general 2020 census operations for count imputation, for administrative records. I think there just hasn't been another great opportunity for us to talk about that. So if there's space in this moment to talk about those data products, that'd be super valuable. And for citizenship data in particular, what what date range of administrative records are you using? Are you using, for your modeling, are you using data sources that are like point-in-time data sources? Are you aggregating data sources over the period of a year to get to that citizenship data? How are you getting there? And then the third piece is more building off something that Stuart mentioned about the household type, family type tables, and this might be for y'all. Yay that the Census Bureau is asking about same-sex couples that are both married and unmarried. That is such valuable data for us. I saw that there are pullouts on that information in a couple tables. And then there's a bunch of tables that I'm surprised it's not in. So for example, there in a bunch of the family type and household type tables, it'll say like family type, and then it'll say married couple, and then it'll say single parent, no spouse present, but there's no information about unmarried couples, straight or same sex. And I'm just surprised that that data is lacking in those tables. I'm wondering if you could provide clarity on why you wouldn't give that information in those tables around family type and household type. I think that's all my questions. I know that was a lot, sorry.
Hi, this is John Navout again, and I am going to let Cynthia and Jason take your third question.
Yes.
So let me be clear. The products that you saw today called PL 94-171 and demographic and housing characteristics, the timeline for input from NAC, CSAC, and the general user community is very short. So pay attention to the CNSTAT workshop. It will be followed by a series of expert reports that we also contracted with CNSTAT to produce, and we're waiting for a report from the JSON, which we contracted for. We intend to lock those products essentially in the production cycle that Cynthia will remember the dates, but I only have the salient predates locked, and she'll give you those in a second. So we intend to lock that code and do that, so that now is the time for that input. With respect to the detailed race and ethnicity, AIN, JOIN, and other products, we'll announce when we have proposed solutions, and we will begin soliciting feedback. It will be short, by contrast to having a whole decade to do it, but we won't shortchange the user community by saying you got 2 weeks to figure this out. It took us longer than 2 weeks to figure it out. We will give a decent timeline. As to exactly what that will be, that's something that the Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee, DSEP, sets these, DSEP, okay? And the memos that Cynthia referenced are memos that the Associate Director for the 2020 Census, Al Fontenot, writes to the file acknowledging the instructions that DSEP has given the 2020 Census for confidentiality protection and other aspects that are being made as a part of data stewardship policy. So I'm not going to give you a timeline on the detailed race and ethnicity and AIN products or the joint products right now, just to say that the timeline on the DHC products, that's right now. I hope that's clear enough. I'm also not going to say anything more about the data products related to the citizenship table than the director said yesterday. The executive order instructed the Census Bureau to form an interagency working group, instructed the Census Bureau to enhance its collection of administrative data related to citizenship and to produce a CVAP table on the timeline of by April 1st of 2021. So we are in the process of doing that, and that's all we're saying about it publicly at the moment.
Great, thank you. All right, our next person is Charles.
Can they answer my other question too?
Okay, let's try to make the questions and answers go by a little faster because we're already, as usual, as always, we're already 10 minutes behind. That's why I'm eagerly jumping in, like next. Okay, go ahead.
So I can provide a brief response. This is Jason Devine. I can provide a brief response, but then maybe, I don't know if we are short on time during a break, you can talk to one of the subject matter experts who worked on this, because I know a lot of consideration went into how to sort of formulate those tables with the new content that's going to be available for 2020. And I'm glad you mentioned it. I'm glad you were able to get into the crosswalk and actually look and see some of the details because a point that, something we didn't mention in the presentation, the crosswalk is set up to reflect the tables as they will be in 2020. So although we wanted to provide a link to the 2010 SF1 and what was in the DHC, when we provide details of those tables, the detail of those tables is set up to represent how it would be with the new content, mainly the new options for the relationship question. So you can look in the crosswalk file and you can kind of see how those tables have been set up. And like, as you've said, you've noticed sort of way, has raised some questions for you of how we designed those. So I think, yeah, we could probably, you could probably talk to one of the subject matter experts during a break or some other point and get more information on the logic that they followed in terms of setting up the design of those tables.
Great, Charles?
Yeah, well, as I understand differential privacy, the goal is to not have information available or made available or can be constructed that would provide individual information about people that could be then conveyed. And I think probably from my own perspective, there's a lot of information available about me, and probably the least interesting and sensitive information, and certainly the least interesting and susceptible information that's available through the census is the information on the census. And so I really would like to know just, and I think Stuart asked for this, where are the harms that can come from the kind of the specific release and getting down to that level of identification at the individual level that we really are protecting against, to be able to explain that and why it could be sensitive and is not otherwise available. I think that'll be useful on the 2020 census. But so, I'd like to see that. I think kind of know what are these worst case scenarios so we have a better handle on being able to explain the differential privacy issues and concerns to others. But secondarily, what Stuart brought up and what my real interest is, there is more sensitive information on the ACS. And certainly the principles of differential privacy need to hold for the ACS, but the ACS is not a universal gathering of information from all people. It's a gathering of information on a sampling basis, where at least I would think that there would not be the issue of being able to go back and de-identify the individuals, because you really don't know what individuals contributed to that. And so I really did want to kind of press on, will we be coming up with the same issues when we start looking at the ACS around differential privacy? And do we need to prepare for that and think about that or not?
So I'll take this just real fast, Ron Jarman, Census Bureau. So we haven't really done the analysis of the ACS data that we've done to the 2010 data to determine the degree of risk that we have. So you're right that there is a sample that gives you some protection, but there's more data items on it that gives you less protection. So how those two trade off is an analysis we still need to do. In terms of the harms that would come from the decennial census, I think you could have a reasonable argument that the information on the decennial census is not that, if that was released to the public, that might not be that harmful. A lot of it's probably known to many people anyway, but we're following a law and a pledge to our respondents that we hold these data to be confidential. So a broader public discussion, not necessarily led by the Census Bureau, but out in the public about privacy in general is probably a healthy thing for our society to be having right now. But that's, right now we have to follow, both the law and the pledge that we give to our respondents. So.
Great, thank you very much. Andrea?
Hi, thank you, and good morning. I was hoping to just get a confirmation on something I thought I heard, and I'm not sure I heard it correctly, and then a quick question about that. I thought I heard that administrative data to be used for count imputation was going to be based off of the modeling methodology that was described, and I'm not sure if that's right, or if it would just be, in other words, clarification on how administrative data would be used in count imputation would be helpful, because I'm not quite sure I understood. And then secondary to that is, when looking at the administrative data, how is the data itself going to be, like, what is the criteria for that data, and how is the Census Bureau going to assess the quality of those different data sets? I should have clarified, for the purposes for which you're trying to use them.
This is John Abott. Al, do you want someone from DSSD to take the question about administrative data uses in the 2020 census processing? Or do you want me to give it? I don't see Tom. So we have documented throughout the course of the decade the way in which administrative data are going to be used in the regular processing of the 2020 census data. They are being used to help with the resolution of MAF IDs, addresses that cannot be resolved in the NRFU process. I don't want to go into a lot of the details, but let's just leave it at that. And then they're being used to actually enumerate some addresses believed, either known or believed to be occupied as a consequence of the modeling, as a part of the non-response follow-up workload resolution. So those are all pretty well documented, I'd say very well documented, to be frank, in other public documents, and are well described in the census plans, the detailed plan for NRFU. So unless you have specific questions about that, I will leave that. As to the other uses of administrative data, and in particular for the production of the citizen voting age population table, I answered that question earlier, which is that we've already given as much detail as we're prepared to give about how we're going to do that. But if you want some idea of how we evaluate administrative data for their fitness for use, look at the techniques that were used to decide whether a candidate administrative record enumeration was of sufficiently high quality to be used in lieu of multiple non-response follow-up attempts. And basically the criterion there was, is the administrative record enumeration likely to be of at least as high a quality as the first round NRFU response when it's provided by a household member. So that's a good lay or non-technical summary of how we did it. Thanks.
Okay, great. Interdeep is our last one, and I think Andrea and Nicole, you've already gone if you want to put your tags down. Okay, great, thanks.
So in the academic community, we rely on certain segments of the census data very, very heavily, and we've been using the 2006-2010 ACS data. So it's obviously 8-9 years old, and every time we make our estimates and evaluate representation, we are challenged because the data are so old. So I guess my question is, when do you think the file that's the file that we currently have is 2006-2010 EEO tabulations, and it's a 5-year ACS data, and it's a detailed census occupational file that we use in order to sort of evaluate where we are in terms of representation. And it's also part of the OFCCP regulations, by the way, that we have to do that and evaluate at least once a year.
So I believe what you're asking is when the 5-year file, including which years are you?
So when would these data be available, these data that would be based on the 2020 census? So last time it took, in 2010, I believe it took about 3 years for the Census Bureau to put that file and that information out. I can say, I have an email, and I also have a...
Maybe we can have a discussion about it offline, because it's not clear to me. We put out the 5-year data file on an annual basis, and it's rolling. But I think you're asking, when do we anchor it based on the 2020 census?
Census, exactly.
And I'll let Tori answer that one.
Are we going to anchor the ACS on the 2020 census? Are you asking when we're going to weight the ACS to the 2020 census? With the 2020 year, so it will be the 2020 data products coming out of the ACS will be weighted to the 2020 census in 2021.
Mic is off. Interdeep?
Okay. So I'm also going to email perhaps as a NAC recommendation, the snapshot of the file that I'm talking about. So it'll be more clear and you can give us
That'd
a
be
more
great.
specific answer.
Okay.
So I'll email that to Julie. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so we're going to move to our next presentation.
Thank you, Jason and Cynthia. Okay, so up next, we have scheduled several demonstrations for you, and in the interest of time, we're going to have 2 demonstrations instead of 3. So we decided that it would be better to focus on the customer relationship management system as well as the internet self-response instrument, and then we'll save the demonstration on the 2020 Census website for perhaps another meeting.
Good morning. So I have the pleasure of introducing you guys to your tour guides for this next session. We're going to start out with Zach Schwartz of our Center for New Media and Promotion, and he's going to walk you through our customer relationship management system. And then we get to turn it over to Alexa and Kristen from our Decennial Management Census Division for your long-awaited demo of the Internet Self-Response Instrument. So I'm going to turn it over to Zach.
Perfect. Thank you, Kayla. I appreciate it. And good morning, everyone. My name is Zach Schwartz with our Communications Directorate. My teams are responsible for a variety of things, but one of the biggest that we're excited to show you today is our Customer Relationship Management Portal, as well as our reporting through our Customer Experience Management tool. These are internal tools the Bureau uses to help our partnership specialists, as well as many other programs that the Bureau relies on for partnership-related activities, such as our data dissemination specialist, and our economic directorate uses it as well for some of their work with econ. So we're going to dive in and do a little life in the day of a partnership specialist utilizing the tool. So we'll walk you through it as well as how they do reporting on the back end. I want to stress, as the bottom of the screen here notes, this is a test environment. None of the data we are showing you is title data. We are here to show you some of the functionality and how this technology is making life a lot easier for our partnership specialists and the ability for the Bureau to reach hard-to-count communities utilizing partners and some of the technology here. So we're going to go ahead and start. This is a landing page on the website where partners have an ability to, or potential partners have an ability to sign in and actually put their information as if they're interested for being a partner for the Bureau. And so we're going to go ahead and do this as if it's a local church that's putting in information because they are interested, again, with being a partner. They can come on the site here as one of many ways of connecting with the Bureau. They're putting in some basic information, where their location is, their name and contact information. This helps us identify what region that they would be selected for and what partnership staff would reach out to them, as well as the organizational type that the partnership specialist is, or the type of organization they represent. So we'll go ahead and pause it here real quick. And what we've just switched to is the internal tool, our CRM, which actually runs on Pega application. This tool here at the inbox is what we call our work basket. The work basket is a way for partnership specialists to see what possible incoming partners they may have received from the website. Again, this is just one of many ways that they input partners. And so we'll go ahead and hit play. So what they're doing is they're looking at the potential partners that have come in from the website. And so they've clicked on the partner that came in, the local church community. And what they have here is they have the ability to input additional information about what their primary address is, all the background information. Generally, a partnership specialist would reach out to this organization, make sure that they understand what they're signing up for as a partnership, understand more background on them. So we're assuming that they've done that. We can go ahead and pause it real quick. One of the exciting tools that we have as being a statistical agency is we're all about data quality and data integrity. So we are making sure and utilizing the tools that exist that the addresses, because that's critical for where these partners support the local communities, are correct. So we're doing some geolocation and making sure we have a correct address and there's not any fat fingering or anything like that that could hurt our data integrity. So we'll go ahead and correct the address with the score. Utilizing the corrected address, we go ahead and play. We have verified it, as that little green check mark shows. And basically what we're going to walk through is the background on now what happens as we go through and actually add a organization as a partner here to the Bureau. So they're going through and entering some organizational types, again, making sure that they've entered all the accurate information. One of the key things we also want to capture is their social media, their outreach activities. What is their reach online? What's their Twitter handle? What's their Facebook? All of that, so that we have that information as a way for us to also measure the reach that these partners possibly would have. So we go ahead and enter in some information here, background information, the Twitter handles, etc. This is, again, extremely important while they are utilizing this desktop application and entering this information. We'll show you here shortly as well the mobile application use. We're very excited that this is a mobile application that the partnership specialists can take while they're on the road as well. Again, back on the application here, we're entering some of the additional partner details. It's critical we understand the demographics that they serve as well as the geographies that they serve. This is one of the important ways that we use some of our examples of email marketing. If we have specific concerns with geographic or demographic areas, we can quickly categorize partners in areas that serve certain communities and reach them directly through email marketing or other direct communication so that we can ask them to push messaging out. That's critical in cases of mis or disinformation or just in cases of low response scores. We can pause it real quick. One of the things also that we're showing here is our integration with Google Maps. It's an important tool that we have so that they can also see where these partners are serving. Go ahead and hit play. So we have connected this tool with a lot of other great products, again, making an ease of use for our partnership staff. In addition, we are adding a contact now. One of the key things is we want to make sure, obviously, we know who to reach at these specific partner organizations. So there's an ability to add multiple contacts, very typical, obviously, of a CRM, and we can enter in their information, make sure that's all accurate as we go through. There is a lot of checks to ensure that the information is valid from one screen to another, again, with the large importance of making sure we have consistent data and accurate data so that staff who may come in after them or we may utilize these partners for other things down the line have the right information. So we're going in and noting the address information, making sure that's all correct. Again, with the verified check mark, we're creating it. And we're moving down here as we look at all the information associated. We can quickly see all the data is actionable, and we're going to add a commitment. So one of the most exciting things our partnership staff can do is now track what are the specific commitments these partners are making. And we can identify the commitments from a broad level, both at a geographic and demographic level. So we are noting a commitment here that they are going to distribute census materials for us. It could be anything from a social media post that they're going to do during peak operations, could be an event that they're going to hold, a variety of different things, a recruiting opportunity that they may have. And we're also noting, of course, when that commitment will take place. And this is really important as we talk about reporting at a later point here. But again, all the data that we're collecting here is important in helping the partnership staff with understanding the types of work that the partners will do later down the line. So we go ahead and we're creating a commitment now. We can see all the commitment details here, all the information that the partner has provided us. And now we're going to go ahead and say that they're going to hold an event. So again, one of the important things we're hoping a lot of our partners will do is hold types of events, whether that's an opportunity to talk about recruiting, talk about the importance of the census in their communities. They can easily, very similar to products you may use like Eventbrite or others, they can go in here, create times, they can create the location, ensure all that's inputted here. And we're excited to show that you can also input the contacts. And what the contacts do here in the RSVP list is it actually sends an email out to your contact list. You can upload it via Excel, or you can just directly input it here in the tool. And what it does, once you've created the event, is send those attendees an email asking them to RSVP. So you have an idea about the size of your event, you have an idea about who would be attending, who won't be attending. And we'll get to why that's also important when you have the mobile application view, because you can check people in. So let's switch over and show the mobile application now. Again, this is one of the first Decennial mobile apps that's been released. This is the front of it. It plays on the iPhones that our partnership staff have. So we'll go through and bring up the organization that we were just talking about, Faith and Hope Church. We're clicking on the details here. You can see it's very user-friendly. We did a lot of testing with the partnership staff and others to make sure that this was how they would use it, that the layout was easy. When you're on the go, you don't necessarily want to carry around your laptop everywhere. You want to make sure you have a mobile-friendly, obviously, user interface. So the details are all existent there. You can see where it was. Again, integration with the maps on the iPhone as well, see where the event is. And we can go down and look at who actually is planned to attend. One of the other interesting things you can do is obviously edit applications here. So now we're actually on we can pause it real quick. We're on the event page, and what I'm doing is looking at who attended, who didn't. I can mark attendees as complete. I don't have to have a multi-pound laptop with me. I can easily have my iPhone and mark folks attended or not attended. I can add attendees who may have showed up without RSVPing. So it's a great way and a very user-friendly way for our staff to make sure that their jobs are as easy as possible. We pay these partnership staff to be partnership staff, not to be technologists. And our team is working extremely hard across the Bureau to make sure that this technology is as user-friendly as possible for our staff out in the field. So we can go ahead and hit play. And this is, again, just a very quick demo of some of the key use cases of the CRM. But one of the big things that we're excited about, and you can see here all the details associated with it, and this video is going to end right here. So that's the CRM in a very quick nutshell. Again, just a few key aspects of it. We can go ahead and bring up the next video. I mentioned at the beginning that we also have some really cool functionality with including business card scanning. Again, our partnership staff meet tons of people, and this is my business card, meet tons of people while they're at events, and the ability for them to quickly capture information without having 100 business cards, as one partnership staff told me, having 100 business cards in their pocket after leaving an event, and they don't necessarily want to come home and enter it. This is a quick and easy way to scan the details on a card and immediately have it entered into the CRM. And that way they can connect that contact to a specific organization and note obviously where they met them and all the other details. So again, trying to push the ease of technology as best we can. So I'm going to pause real quick. That was our CRM application, our customer relationship management tool, which is one of many tools that is connected to another internal system called our customer experience management system, one of our 52 systems. This is a exciting reporting tool that's based on Tableau. This is a tool that the Bureau uses in a variety of different ways across the Bureau, Decennial being one of the main use cases for it. Our team designs the front end and manages the back end of our Tableau instance. We use this in a variety of different capacities, but one of the keys that I want to show you today is reporting for our partnership staff. And not only how our local partnership staff use this, but also from a headquarters, field, Decennial, and communications perspective. And what we're looking at here is a sample dashboard. Again, I want to focus, this is all test environment, all test data for many reasons. We can see across the entire US here, we're looking at the LRS, or low response rate, scores here, 20 or higher. And we can identify where the percentages are, so where our low response rate scores are, and we can look at where our active partners are in those specific areas, our commitments that are, as we showed you earlier, that these partners are making, where our complete count committees are, and obviously a key partner for us, and where the completed events are as well from a week's perspective. As you can imagine, during peak operations, when there's lots and lots of events that are occurring as we're looking at response rates, we may want to use, and we will use, these dashboards to help us determine where to best put our partnership specialists, where to best focus, where events may need to be. There's a lot of use cases here, and we'll walk through one here. So we can go ahead and hit play. And so basically, thank you. Basically, the video is walking you through some of those exact things. So I can see where our active partners are. We can see where the complete count committees were, the deltas from one week to another, so we can understand the percentages there. And certainly, our completed events, as I mentioned, is a key area here. So as we dive into some of these, we can get down to very specific track level data. We look at from obviously US perspective, counties, tracks. It gets down to very low levels of details here. So we're going to click on Texas as an example, and when you click on something, obviously that specific data pops up for that geography that you've clicked on. I can change it to now focus on partners. So when I change it to partners, every dot there is a partner. And obviously it may be tough to see at a entire US level, but we'll zoom in specifically to a local RCC level, the Denver region here. And I can see by Denver, I can see where our partners are. I can then look by the county level and zoom in, identify where our partners are. So as a partnership manager managing multiple partnership staff, you can see a lot of very specific detail. We're going to go into the state of Texas as an example, which has a variety of different LRS scores here. And we can pause the video just briefly. Basically what you're seeing here is where as a partnership specialist or a manager or even headquarters staff, I can identify where I might be lacking partners. What are areas of the country that we're concerned about a self-response or a response rate, and where do I not have partners? Or better yet, where do I have partners who can help engage these communities where we might have low response rates? And a lot of this data is really key for our staff to use, and certainly the headquarters to use during peak operations. So we can go ahead and hit play, and we'll walk you through an example. Again, want to focus on it being test data here. So we're going to go ahead and click on a local county, and it's going to change to show us specifically who are active partners. We can look at how many active partners we have, the LRS threshold in that area, and we can zoom to go into a different dashboard, which is what we call engaging the right partner. That use case I mentioned about identifying the fact that we may have a county that has a low response rate score. We want to know who the partners are, and more importantly, where are areas that we don't have partners, that we need our staff to make sure we engage in them. As we look at this, we can also identify a lot of demographic data around this specific geography, so we may know the types of community relationships that exist here. We're using ACS data. We can look at the sizes, the population. We looked at age here as an example. And I can get down into very low-level geography details and show, again, the specifics that are happening here. I can also use some zooming tools, some very advanced technology that Tableau has put in place for us to make it, again, extremely user-friendly and stay focused on the specific demographic data that you'd want for the geography that you're looking at here. So again, we're looking at a variety of different language. There's age, all kinds of things that would come with the geographies listed here. On the right hand, and changing it to look at the different types of partners that you may have, the events that these partners are holding. If we pause it real quick, I want to focus on the bottom right here. This is, again, a key tool from a headquarters perspective as well as some of the regional leadership. Where are the events happening? On that map view, I can identify, again, during certainly peak operations, what are the events that are occurring on that specific day or that specific week? As we have concerns or we want to see what's happening in a specific geography, all that data that was so critical, why we make you verify the address, why we want to make sure we have all the right details in the CRM, is it obviously translates here. So we can identify it at HQ or regional leadership level where the events are, what's happening. We go ahead and play, and the details will pop up for us, and we can make sure we're targeting those with additional resources. Social media on our team can make sure we're advertising those events in the right area. We can publish using advertising dollars to make sure we're pushing these events as well and supporting our local partnership staff. So the partnership details page, which we won't open up, has the specifics laid out in Excel as well, so they can download this data, take it with them, very similar to the rest of products that we offer here. So overall, that's kind of how we use our CRM and our SEM in just one use case, very technology focused for ease of use and making it so that our partnership staff and those at headquarters can easily manage and work from these tools. These dashboards will be used for a variety of different things outside of partnership as well, whether they're response rate, we're looking at search queries, we use them for mis and disinformation activities, so there's a lot of great use that our SEM, our Customer Experience Management tool, is providing the Bureau. I appreciate your time. I hope you enjoyed the demo, and I'll pass it over to Alexa.
All right, thanks, Zach. Jerry, we're going to do both of them and then do questions. So kids, keep your thing up. We've got two demo things.
Yep, it's hers.
right, good morning, everyone. While she's getting all the way set up and it's coming up on the screen, I'm just going to go through a few quick points before we start the demo. As Cal mentioned, I'm Alexa Jones-Putoff. I'm the Assistant Division Chief for Internet and Paper Self-Response Operations. And I'm here today with Kristen Hearns, who is the Internet Self-Response Branch Chief. As such, she's responsible for the ISR operation in whole, which includes the ISR instrument as well. So just a few things. If you've been watching our development of internet self-response tools over the decade, this will likely be familiar to you. It's very similar to what we fielded in 2018. And just wanted to mention, we did field an internet self-response instrument in every census test beginning in 2015. And for the last several tests, we've used this actual tool, the eCase ISR tool that you'll see today. The 2020 ISR instrument has been very thoroughly tested. We've conducted 6 rounds of user acceptance testing and 3 rounds of usability testing, both desktop and mobile. The ISR instrument has been extensively tested by CBSM, our Center for Behavior Science Methods, and also by RTI International, who conducted tests of the non-English languages with 130 respondents. And we've also been leveraging our partner subject matter experts in DSSD and Population Division and elsewhere within the Bureau to take a look at the tool at the various development stages and provide comments and feedback to us. The ISR instrument is mobile optimized. We've tested the instrument on desktop, laptop, tablet, both Windows and Apple operating systems, iOS and Android devices, and that testing is ongoing, as you might imagine. We have been committed to making the ISR instrument as accessible as possible to a wide range of users. The instrument has been built to be 508 compliant, and CBSM will continue to conduct tests, including usability testing that leverages the accessibility components throughout this month. And with that, I will turn it over to Kristen to walk you through the instrument.
All right, thank you, Alexa. In the interest of time, I'm going to do an ID case and then submit so that you can see all of the rostering questions, all of the demographic questions, some additional questions. This is what a typical respondent would see. If we have time, I can then show you the non-ID address collection screens. So this is the page that respondents see when they access the Internet Self-Response online questionnaire. We refer to this as the landing page. As you can see, we give them some general information about the census and how to get started. One thing to note for 2020, and this was the case in 18, that the questionnaire must be completed in one sitting. If a respondent breaks off for any reason, times out, closes the browser, they must start from the beginning, and this is for reasons for security. We also provide frequently asked questions. What is the 2020 census? Are they required to respond to the census? Are the confidentiality and privacy? Let's see. Who should complete the census? How to change answers? How long will the 2020 census questionnaire take? It's around 10 minutes. How will the information be used? Let's see. Will the results be published, and some details about that? And then, do I have to complete the 2020 census? We also provide instructions for the use of the online option, who should complete, some navigation information, how to change responses, the session time limit, which I mentioned before, which is 15 minutes. If the page is idle for 13 minutes, a pop-up will appear that instructs them that it will be timing out. And then we also provide help for each question in the instrument, and I'll point that out when we go through it. And then about submitting your 2020 census questionnaire. As you can see, we have the languages displayed at the top and the bottom. So we have English and then the 12 English languages. I'll give you a demo here. So Spanish, Arabic, and then back to English. Our respondent can change languages as frequently, as often as they choose throughout the entire questionnaire. These options will be available on each and every page. So we'll get started. Okay, so I'll enter an ID, my census ID. Also on this page, we provide a PDF of where a respondent can find their ID. And this is where a respondent would click if they decided to go non-ID or without an ID. Okay. So I'll also mention that this is a test environment, so it is a little sluggish because we're behind the firewall. We will be doing additional testing with an environment that more closely resembles production, so that we will be able to see exactly what the user experience will be. So the first question we ask a respondent is, are you completing the 2020 census for the address below? And this is test data, but this address is associated with the census ID that was put in the login. So I'll say yes. And then we ask them, on April 1st, will you be living or staying at the address? And I'll say yes. And this is where we start gathering information about the respondent and other people in the household. Oops. So I will mention here that we do require a respondent to provide a name or at least some sort of identifying information. The phone number is not required. And then for the help text, we also provide information about why we're asking for the name.
Just a quick question clarifying. So the phone number is not required, but it's there. Does that mean that it will proceed if they don't list it? So if they don't list a phone number and they click next, it'll just go on to the next?
It will prompt them to provide a phone number, and then if they select next for a second time, then they can proceed.
Okay.
So here we're asking how many people will be living or staying at the address on April 1st. Here is some of the help text I referred to earlier. This is the residence criteria. So this will let them know exactly who to include and who not to include if there is any question or they're unsure. And then I'll say 2. So this pop count is also a required field. I have to provide a number from 1 to 99. If a respondent does not provide an answer, then they are given instructions that to either start over, call CQA, or fill out a paper form. But pop count is a required field. Here we're asking for each person who will be living or staying at the address on April 1st. So since I said that there were 2 people living at the address on the previous screen, it lists my name, and it also gives me 1 box to provide additional respondent name for that other person. I can add additional people here if I decide that there are actually 3 people instead of 2 people living there, and we do collect both responses. So we collect the original pop count, and then we collect what we call the calculated pop count. And this is what we call the undercount screen. So we do not want to miss anyone who might be staying at the address on April 1st. For example, children, related or unrelated, such as newborn babies, grandchildren, or foster children, relatives, roommates, or other non-relatives, and people without a permanent place to live. It lists the names of the people that I had listed so far, and then asks if there will be any additional people that I didn't already list. So again, we provide the residence criteria in case they have questions about who should be included. I'll say yes. Okay. And then that person will also be added to the roster. Here we ask if the house, apartment, or mobile home will be owned with a mortgage or loan, owned free and clear, rented, or occupied without payment of rent. So I'll say owned. And then we ask of the people who will be living at the address, who will own the house, apartment, or mobile home on April 1st. So I'll say John Smith. This particular question determines who the reference person is, and the reference person will be the first person listed on the roster and will be the person who everyone else in the household will be related to when you get to the relationship question.
I'm going to kind of, we were going to wait till the end, but I think it'd make more sense to ask questions as we go through the slides a little bit, because this is our last presentation, then we'll go back to the other one. On that one there in particular, if two people own the home, it's a mortgage with two names on it, does it allow you to put more than one person?
It does, but it'll collect those two people that own it, and then the first person will be the reference person.
Okay, so the first person whose box is ticked off will be like a head of household type person, basically?
Correct.
But you can put more than one name? Okay.
Yep. You can click all of the names, some of the names, or none of the above. So this is what we call the dashboard, and essentially it's the roster of everyone living or staying at the address on April 1st. So we'll start with John Smith. And the first question is, what is John Smith's sex? So I'll say male. And then what is the date of birth and age? Oops, it's including. Let's see. And then it calculates the age for that particular respondent if the respondent provides enough information to calculate the age. Now, we do allow respondents to change the age if for some reason he's not 45 and he's 40. And we collect both the responses. So we collect the calculated age as well as the stated age. Okay. Next is the Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin question. One feature of this question is that we do not allow a yes and a no response. So if I select no, and then yes, no will,
Can you click off more than one Latino origin, though?
you can.
And those will both be tabulated?
All of this information will be collected.
Okay.
The tabulation part, you will have to ask my POP folks about. So,
Can I ask you real quick, for the box that you're filling in now, our understanding is that you can put up to 200 characters in it, but the box again looks fairly small, so it may not be intuitive to people that they can actually enter in more data than that.
it's 200 characters, yes. Yeah, let me see here. Well, there you go. So, as they continue writing characters, the box will expand. Oops. Okay.
While we're waiting for the next screen to load here, what about non-ID response? Because we have point of service people, like, people who, homeless individuals, et cetera, who don't have a mail-in ID. And we just started with a whole, in the very beginning, it was enter your ID to get into all of this. How are those people entered?
So underneath the ID fields, it says, click here if you do not have a census ID. So once we go through this ID path, we can go back and show you what those screens look like. Okay. So here's the race question. Again, 200 character write-in fields. You can select as many response options as you want. If I select a response option but leave the text field blank, you will receive a soft edit. It's really slow today. That says, please provide a response if this person does not have an answer, continue to the next page. So I can continue without entering anything in those fields. But we do highlight them also so that they're aware of what information is missing that we would like them to provide. And so now all of the questions for John Smith are completed. We'll go on to the second person. And persons 2 through 99, the first question they'll receive is the relationship question. So this is the relationship question I'm sure you're all familiar with.
Teku, did you want to ask your question now? What
Yeah,
was
Kind of just doing it through the process here now for this presentation. Go ahead.
Yeah, just on the prompts, if somebody doesn't fill in, let's say, their white ethnicity, has there been any testing on whether that's not likely to induce a higher rate of subgroup identification for the online self-reports as opposed to written or?
So you're looking for whether or not I thought at one point there were going to be boxes that were going to pop up underneath. Maybe that's just on your phone when you do it on your phone. Nicholas will be the person who can answer all questions probably related to this.
So in 2018, we did have unfolding text boxes, but when we did the usability testing, we found out respondents wanted to know that there was a write-in field there. One of the examples that they used was an Arabic respondent that didn't want to say that they were white as part of the white category, but they were willing to write Arabic in the response option under white because that is, I believe that's one of the examples. So we provide the flexibility of the respondent to provide what information that they self-identify with.
So wait, so if that person writes in, say, Arabic, Middle East, or something like that underneath white, but doesn't actually tick the white box, are they still counted though as
It does not
white?
check the box, but you can speak to what happened.
That's interesting. Okay.
So again, we're following the OMB standards, which specify the definitions for all these groups and categories, but we're not requiring a respondent to check something that they don't identify with. They're able to write in the response on any of the lines that are available to them, and that's going to influence how we tabulate the data moving forward. So we're respecting their response, we're collecting it. We're still going to tabulate based on the OMB standards, but in this example, if someone were to report a detailed white response like Lebanese on a line that is not white, we'll still collect it and tabulate it as part of the white category. But if they checked an associated box, such as black or American Indian, and also wrote in a response, we would collect both of those. We talked about this a little bit yesterday,
Okay.
but again, that's
So if they were to put, say, underneath white, they put Lebanese, then they would go into white. If they put it under the box, that's under white. But if they put Lebanese underneath other race, for example, they would remain other race Lebanese, though.
no,
They wouldn't
not
be.
not in that case.
Okay.
Some other race is a distinct category where we're looking to collect information through that response box. If we can accordingly place it according to the OMB standards, that's where it will remain. So German under white, Jamaican under black, some other race would go away because we know the race that they reported according to the OMB standards.
But if they wrote Lebanese under other race, they'd be reclassified as white because OMB
Correct.
standards classify Lebanese as white.
Yes.
But if they wrote a Latino origin under other race, they remain in other race because
Yes,
Latino doesn't have an OMB racial designation.
yes.
Okay, I got it.
And
So,
to
yeah,
Teku's
my
question-
question is whether there's any testing on a mode-based difference in terms of the likelihood of writing, let's say, German under white.
Mhm. We did do mode-based testing in a lot of our mid-decade testing. The 2015 NCT primarily is the one that really started a lot of this work, looking at the mode-based differences. I can go back and bring you some more details and share them with the committee. But one of the things that we wanted to do with this work for the online responses is really help people recognize that they were being prompted to report detailed origins, whereas they've never been asked for them before under the white or the black checkbox, hence the soft edit messaging and other things that we found help people recognize that we're actually looking for that information.
Cherokee, did you have a question here? Go ahead.
So Cherokee Bradley, Arkansas. I might have jumped the gun a little bit in regards to my question on this tool yesterday, but I want to revisit that you mentioned that the tool is accessible, and I understand from a short conversation after the presentation yesterday, you clarified that it had not been tested by persons with sensory or cognitive impairments. My concern is that the tool itself might be 508 level 2 compliant, but if it has not been tested and it's due to roll out in the spring by persons with those impairments, then it's 508 level 2 available and not fully accessible. Because what will happen is you will have persons during go live a census prepared to take the census, and they're not able to. And I think we should be proactive prior to that time to ensure that some testing is conducted. So I'm really have a question on how are you defining accessibility?
So, so we are currently testing 508 compliancy with WCAG 2.0 AA standards. That's what we're required to do. We've not specifically tested respondents with cognitive disabilities, which is what you brought up yesterday. However, the questions for the 2020 census, on average, are written at an 8th grade reading level. Additionally, we've conducted thorough cognitive and usability testing throughout the decade with respondents of varying educational levels. So we feel pretty confident that most people will be able to fill this out. And if they are having difficulties, we do provide the CQA number that they can call and have an agent walk them through the questionnaire.
But there are also a great number, the census identifies at least 54 million persons with disabilities throughout the United States. Not everyone will be able to make use, to call the number. So are there any screeners, anyone that might be able to assist those persons who just don't have full use but are expected to complete the census? Or we encourage everyone to be counted and complete the census.
I'm not sure how to answer. We'll have to get back to you that question. I was looking for, Marisa, are you here? Or Jenny? Oh, okay, thanks, Deb.
Hi, good morning. Deb Stempowski, Decennial Operations. I think what we've done in providing the number of modes, it's not only, Kristen mentioned census questionnaire assistance, there's also the paper form that's available, and then as well, right, somebody coming to your door if you don't respond is there as the primary options. I think also what we have in the field, and we've talked about, are there places where we put our mobile QACs where we can give help. So I think we've offered what we believe is a broad range of ways for folks to respond. I'm not sure if there's something specific you want to put in the recommendations in terms of us testing that we can look at given where we are. Is that possible?
I want to ensure that all persons with disabilities are available.
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
more so, I think that if you cannot relate to a person who has moderate, let's say, just to get down the weeds, mental retardation, limited ability to identify and relate to someone and be able to answer some of the questions on the form, then I'm thinking in terms of, let's say, my 80-year-old grandmother who sensory, due to dementia, has declined severely, can barely remember to feed herself due to Alzheimer's, and has to have complete assistance, and however should be counted in the census. I would have to help her complete the census. If I'm not available, how would she be able to do so?
Okay, so I guess I go to if she's getting assistance from someone, is she in an assisted facility?
And that's
there?
not always
They're
the
all living there, these are folks living on their own who have challenges, as you've denoted, who need help filling out the census. I think, you know, there would be events that are there. I don't know that they could go to them, but we've provided from internet, the phone, I actually think phone, maybe calling if they can't call, I understand that, filling out the paper questionnaire, and then if they don't respond, someone will come to their home and collect their response. So is that the form of assistance you're talking about? So during non-response follow-up, it is door-to-door, where a Census Bureau worker who's sworn would collect their information.
This is Tim Olson. If I could just add to that, let's say the example You know, you provided an older person who's got, you know, dementia, et cetera. Let's say that they don't self-respond. And during non-response follow-up, when the enumerator census taker goes to the household, let's say that they don't answer the door for whatever reason, they'll leave a notice of visit during, you know, multiple contact attempts. Hopefully, when you go to visit, you're going to see that, and you're going to make a contact back to us, and there'll be instructions on there so that you can assist, you know, this grandmother, I believe you said, assist your grandmother completing the form.
Okay,
use my
I'm going to
flipper.
roll us back to our presentation because I feel like we've gotten a little bit into the weeds here. Not that it's not a good, important point here, but that individual would have an issue with the paper form or the online form or kind of any form, right? And so that might be something we can introduce into our recommendations about making sure there's access and support available, partnerships with people who work with disabilities who can make sure that they can get to individuals who might have intellectual disabilities and be unable to fill out the form. But I want them to get a chance to finish the presentation, so let's just kind of scroll back to that right now.
Thank you. Okay. So the rest of the questions are the same for every person: sex, date of birth, Hispanic origin, and race. So I'll just quickly go through these. Or not. It's so slow. All right. Okay. I'll also just mention here that since we do offer the languages other than English and Spanish, if a respondent enters something in a field that's one of our supported languages, let's say Russian, that response will be sent to translation and will be translated by our translators at the Tucson Call Center. Okay. And as you can see here, you do have the option to edit your responses for each person, or even remove a person if at this point you decide they shouldn't be considered part of your household. So that I can show you the non-ID screens, I'm going to remove Jim Smith. And I get a confirmation that, are you sure you want to remove Jim Smith from your household? I'll say yes.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm just curious as to whether you're keeping all of this metadata that's being collected.
Yes. Every click a respondent makes, we collect data for, paradata. So we'll move on to the final questions. And here we're asking a respondent if they may have lived or stayed some people live or stay in more than one place. So we want to make sure that everyone is counted only once. So we have several examples here with a parent, guardian, or other person, college, military, job, nursing home, jail or prison, and out-of-season or secondary residence. I'll select John. And then we ask, where does John Smith usually live or stay somewhere else? And we'll say he was to be closer to a job or business. And that is all of the questions that we have for the census questionnaire. It's the same as paper. And then, so we let the respondent know that they're almost finished and ready to submit the responses. We do allow them one more option to go back and edit the questionnaire. So they can go back to the dashboard and edit all of those demographic questions that we asked. If they're ready to submit, then they would select Submit Questionnaire. And then we provide them with a confirmation page that they completed the census for this address on the date, and then also provided the additional number if they have any additional questions. Okay, and then they also can save or print the screen if they choose to. Okay. So that's the ID response. I can quickly go to non-ID. And the only difference between non-ID and ID is that we ask for an address in place of the census ID that they may not have. So if you do not have a census ID, click here.
Okay, so this is the non-ID response, like for a homeless individual who doesn't have a residence, for example.
Correct.
So just while Kristen's doing that, our primary operation to count homeless residents is the service-based enumeration operation, but she's going to show you how, if they should use the ISR, they could fill in their information.
So this could also be somebody who lost their ID, like the ID came in the mail and they just don't have it, you know, like, and so they don't have an ID and they want to go in and fill out the census.
Correct, or if they're at a partnership event and may not have their ID, then they can use this option. So we have, we asked them what state they'll be living in, and this is because we do have a separate pathing for Puerto Rico, because Puerto Rico has a very different style of address types than we do. I'm going to go the US route. And this is what we anticipate most respondents providing their address. So we consider this a city-style address. It's address number, street name, apartment or unit if applicable, city, state, and zip code. This is also a required field. So to complete your census via the non-ID route, you must provide a complete address.
Can I ask you to click on I do not have a street address, because that's going to be true for a large number of people.
Yes.
Yeah. So a non-ID person who does not have a street address, can someone who's homeless fill this out of the library on their own on the internet? What would
Yes.
they use to do that?
They would
That's my
use this, and I'll show you the.
Okay, that's where we are now.
The
Okay.
route.
I'm
Okay.
getting ahead of you.
So then we ask them if they have a rural route address. I'll say no, since you folks are interested in the other option, but it's just the standard rural route address fields that we collect. Okay. Then we ask them, will you be experiencing homelessness on April 1st, 2020? Also to note, I don't think I mentioned it before, is that the verb tenses do change based on if it's prior to census or after census day. So if it were after census day, it would have said, were you experiencing homelessness on April 1st? And that's true for all the questions throughout the instrument. So. And so this would be the sort of our last effort to collect address information. And the only thing that we require here is a city, state, or zip code, and then some additional information about where the person was living.
And so I just wanted to ask you, the example that we have coming from Indian country all the time is someone may say, I'm the house that's like 2 miles past the intersection of BIA Road 123 and 456. And that's all they have. They do not have a street address. And that's where they would just simply enter in a narrative to explain geographically how to get to their house?
Yes, and I was told that Frank McPhillips
Okay,
is
it's
on the phone.
11 o'clock and we have to stop for just a second for public comment, but we're going to come right back to Jim's question.
Thank you, Julie. Yes, it is 11 a.m. It's now time for public comment. We take public comments in writing, in person, and by phone. In-person comments are limited to 2 minutes. Anything over that may be submitted in writing for the record. If you are following virtually and would like to make a comment, please dial 1-800-857-9723, and the passcode is 274-6040. I will request comments from the phone lines last to give you time to dial in. We received 6 written public comments, which are now posted on the NAC meeting page on census.gov. We received public comments from Susan Graham, who is the President and Executive Director of Project RACE, from Deborah Stein, the Network Director for Partnership for America's Children, from Kim Keating, Senior Policy Research Analyst at 0 to 3. Also, we received comments from Kurt Decker, the Executive Director of the National Disability Rights Network, also from Deborah Weinstein, the Executive Director of the Coalition on Human Needs, and also from Cara Baldari, Vice President with First Focus on Children. Okay. Now, do we have anyone who would like to make a comment in the room? If so, please proceed to the table labeled public comment. Before making your comment, please state your name and affiliation clearly. Please turn on your microphone and state your name and your affiliation.
My name is Li Yang. I want to mention that I signed up, and I don't know why you didn't mention, and why your comment time is so short, and it's disadvantage to our own citizens. So I think you should correct all those error or injustice practice. Now, first I would like to say is our system is so bad, and it's basically what I call robberism. Robber plus ISM is basically official misconduct, government gain, murder, fraud, crime, unjust network operation. This is including the PPP, public-private partnership. In this hearing, maybe they just disregard the first P, but it still means the same thing if you consider they work with the government. Basically, that is really in the expansion of the robberism beyond the citizen in the system-wide, but also rob the government. That means taxpayers' money. So they raise a lot of debt, that's a problem. And when I try to give you an example, it's a Rockwell City Town Center. And then the other one I want to mention is National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. And then further is in Defense Department. The recent conference is in the C4 ISR net, and plus the defense.com and the defensenews.com. This is all operation like a robberism. They use and misuse of police to protect them, and they send people to jail if you don't agree with them. And this is so important, especially the National Academy of Science. We think there is a very distinguished organization by scientists, but it's not right the way you think that way. And this Census Bureau, they use them as an example. This bureau
I'm very sorry to interrupt, but we have met the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, and I want to know why
and
your
I do invite you to submit the rest of your comments in writing.
Why your comment is not in the regulations.
I'm very sorry, but your 2 minutes have expired. I do invite you to submit the rest of your comments in writing, please. Thank you very much.
I submit many comments before, but no response. Basically, the government is dead.
Thank you very much for your comment. Do we have anyone else in the room who'd like to make a public comment? Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Okay, are there any public commenters on the phone?
There are no audio questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will now proceed back to our session.
So let's go back. I believe Jim had just asked a question, remind me what it was and what the answer was? Okay.
So just a reminder that the question was, can someone basically just write a narrative, explain how to get to their home if they do not have like any street address, any sort of traditional address?
Yes, they can.
Julie, can I ask a question
Yes.
too? You may not be the right person to answer this, but with the write-in information at the bottom about the name of the park, et cetera, does the Census Bureau use that information for deduplication later? And how, so in my experience, in places where I stayed regularly when I was experiencing homelessness, there were lots of other folks staying in that place too, and we might actually have a lot of things in common that might make us look like duplicates. How does that work?
We can do that in a minute here and just say the lines were not unmuted. He's still on the phone.
So I'll just jump in here. You did a nice job, Kristen. So in terms of you're putting your information in, you're experiencing homelessness, and you're here. So you're coming through non-ID. Our quick tutorial on our non-ID process. You guys probably have heard us talk about real-time matching that we do where we can marry up your ID in advance. That obviously doesn't happen here. We have a staff at our National Processing Center that reviews that. This response will try to tag to the closest service-based enumeration location to your write-in that you put right there. And then we handle, and we don't always get into a lot of details in this in public meetings, as we always have deduplication downstream. So I think it's an important message. I know you're a great messenger for us, Megan, personally, to have people fill this out with as much detail as possible to help out the Census Bureau. But then again, when you're working with people in the United States experiencing homelessness, remember that our service-based enumeration operations that happen over that 3-day period is where we're also looking to collect information at those locations. So if you guys can help us get that message out, I think that'll be helpful. But here, whenever you have a write-in box on this, Kristen will probably kill me, it's always good to put as much information in there and not err on the side of, well, I'll just put a few things. So encouraging that, but good question, as much explanation as possible so we know.
I appreciate that, yeah.
We can differentiate Megan from someone who is in the same place, et cetera. I think that was your question.
Totally, and I think that goes to some feedback that we're hearing a lot from folks, which is service-based enumeration is a great operation. I think I've said before, I think it could use some help. I'd love to help you all with that as you're building toward 2030. And in 2020, we know that there are cities right now where there are, I think the city of LA has more than 48,000 people experiencing homelessness right now, and we're trying to capture them all in a 3-day period. And when there are cities with that volume of people experiencing homelessness, they're not all going to be captured through those processes. And so we're just trying to make sure that, especially for those cities, but also for the advocates that work closely with people experiencing homelessness and housing instability, that they have the information to be able to assist people and still being seen in the census even outside of that. So thank you, and we'll do our best to spread that message as widely as we can. Appreciate it.
Okay, are we able to get so there was an issue with the public comments. We had at least 2 people who were online who have written to us that they would not unmute. They were not able to unmute it. Are we at a place now where we can return to those people on the call or not yet? You're working on it? They're working on it. Okay, we will continue. Please stay on the line. If you are on the line, we will get to your public comment. In the meantime, let's continue briefly here with our questions. I think Seth or Jerry was actually, did you have something about this one, or about the other one, or both? Or I'm sorry, we kind of went on here without you. Jerry, then Seth.
Still here. The previous one, Zach, it's good to see you again. I see you out
Good to see
there.
you too.
You know, spreading the gospel, so it's good to see you.
I try.
Yes, with respect to the CRM, did I hear you, I haven't had coffee yet, so I might be wrong, but did I hear you say that partners have access to CRM, they can input information?
No, this is a internal partnership
Okay, good.
specialist staff.
That's what I
that
thought. I
process.
thought
Yeah.
something had changed in that regard. Okay. So then the other question has to do with how you handle national and regional inputs. I know that's always been, you know, a little tricky.
Yep.
When the regional folks are putting in partnership information and the national partnership people are putting in information, does CRM accommodate the disaggregation of those so you'll have a good count of national partners and a good count of regional partners? And especially when, I think it gets a little tricky when regional partners are doing national partnerships, you know that. And so can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I will definitely talk from a technology perspective, and I welcome Tim and others from field, from their policies and how they manage. The CRM tool has been built for both national partnership staff and local partnership staff. We do have a very robust deduplication process. So I will just use an example. If I'm a national partnership and I'm working with Walmart as just an example, and there are many local stores that may also be working with local partnership staff from a Walmart perspective, I will see duplication in that effort. I will see from the duplication screen that there is another partnership specialist or a national partnership staff member who is also working with that partner. In the case where there is duplication, they have the opportunity to see who is the local partnership staff or national partnership member working with that organization, and they can work together in an effort. If they're working in different geographies or if they have the same contact, there is the effort to see that. That is one of the major opportunities. When it comes to, as an example of a cross, I'll take a local government as an example. The Bureau has staff elsewhere outside of the partnership area that is reaching out to local governments. And they can see multiple local governments involved, multiple Census Bureau staff involved in reaching out to the local governments. So they can see those details and work together to contact them. But most importantly, we do separate national partnership and local partnership. There is that ability clearly laid out in the CRM.
And congressional partnerships as well?
Yes.
Where does that fall into?
Yeah,
to play
congressional
with it?
partnership is also included. That is one of the types of partners that we have. We are excited that our partnership staff and our Office of Congressional Intergovernmental Affairs is working and clearly labeling the support that we have from the Hill from a partnership perspective. And
finally, I know this used to be a problem in the old IPCD. Now I'm dating my own self a bit, but that was just that was only a few years ago, Tim. But can one, like if the readers are doing something on the national level, can it override what the folks here at headquarters? I know that sometimes there was a problem with the information being overridden, which would kind of diminish the number of partners you actually have.
so I will speak to the technology. The technology never deletes. So we are always tracking the information. If there is someone who is pushing through the deduplication process and moving forward, we have worked with our field leadership to make sure there's a review of that process, but at no time will the system ever delete or override information provided. But Tim, if you had anything else to add.
So, Tim Olson. Jerry, you probably have some of the best insight into our past experience with previous silos of national partnership groups and regional partnership groups, and how does it all come together? I have to say, this particular census, particularly with the CRM, those silos are a lot less of a problem, and it's really, it's very gratifying to see that we've got a tool that everybody can see inside of, and to be aware of what's happening either at the national or the local ground level, and also to work together. It's a different world, and it is gratifying, having been through multiple censuses, to see our national team and our regional teams really integrated in working together. All I can say is kudos to the people that have made that happen, and we'll continue moving forward. So it's a good news story.
Okay, let's take a quick pause here and check in with our phone operator. Are we able to hear public commenters yet on the phone?
We do have a few questions. Our first question comes from Deetis. Your line is open.
Thank you. Hello, NAC. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
So, anyway, thanks for fixing the lines. Miss all you guys. I'm out here in California. And I just want to say, Megan did cover what we were saying. I want to comment that on Zach covered the CRM, and it's great that the partnership specialists are recording all their partners. We're hearing from our local complete count committees, because we've got them all over the state, that they'd like to actually understand who the partners are actually working with so that they can be coordinated at the table. So I want to make sure that I put that out there. Now, in terms of our homeless count, I wanted to talk about just to what Megan had alluded to. Like, while we appreciate the efforts of the regional operations area manager, respectfully, we know Californians best. And that is why we're investing over $180 million to overcome both motivational barriers, as you guys talk about trusted messengers, but as well as structural barriers. One of those structural barriers is that the TINSEL, the 3-day operation, which was created to implement across the nation to make sure that we're counting people who are experiencing homelessness or who are housing unstable, it may not be well suited to meet the tremendous needs of our unhoused in California. More specifically, to give you an example, in Los Angeles County. To give perspective, the unhoused population in Los Angeles County is at times slightly less than the entire population of, say, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, if you take the student population out of that. So, I mean, it just gives you the perspective of how large it can be. We're concerned here in California that without the help of local service providers and other cultural guides, that the regional operations will not have the staff to accurately enumerate over 44,000 people in our outdoor locations during that 3-day period. We are requesting that the Bureau consider either deputizing these volunteers that normally work with these folks out in the field during the temporary non-sheltered outdoor location enumeration to assist. So that's just one comment. I only have 2 minutes. You guys are doing a great job, and really keep up the efforts. The partners here on the ground, we have a lot of partners here in California, and we just want to make sure that they're connecting with our partners. I mean, they've got this fancy system to do it. We're down here on the ground in the trenches. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe there may be one more public commenter on the phone, and please remember to limit your comments to 2 minutes.
Thank you. We do have 2 more. Arturo, your line is open.
Thank you, and good morning, my friends. This is Arturo Vargas also from California, calling in. Wanted to make some requests of the Census Bureau with regard to partners understanding how the online experience is going to work. I think it would be helpful to have better directions for the public on how to complete the Hispanic origin and race questions. It would be very helpful to have demonstrations for partners on how the internet self-response is going to work, so that many organizations that now are preparing to help with Get Out the Count have an understanding of how to help people complete the form, or at least to explain what the online experience would look like. And it would be helpful for folks to also understand the differences that people experience in using the ISR versus the paper forms as response modes. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'll keep watching you all on the screen.
Thank you very much. And operator, our final public commenter.
Thank you. Our last comment comes from Greg. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you for making the opportunity to ask questions. I'm Gregory Williamson. I'm a partnership specialist in the Los Angeles area. And I specialize in partnerships with organizations in the LGBT community. And I'm interested in the question about sex, with possible answers being either male or female. My question is, if an individual doesn't identify with one or the other, are they able to continue the questionnaire online without answering that question, or is an answer required there before being able to proceed? And if a response is not required, what happens if there is a non-response to that question with regard to use of administrative data? Thank you.
Yes.
Was that the end of our public comments, operator? Is there anyone further there?
That concludes the comments.
Great, thanks so much. While our public commenters are not allowed to ask questions, I'd like to just enter that as a question for our, for our folks, because I was wondering that as well when we did the male or female. I have many students who are non-binary in my classes now, and so persons who might use they, them pronouns that don't identify as a man or a woman. So what happens if someone, thank you very much, Greg, for that public comment. What happens if someone does not indicate male or female? Can they still proceed? Is there any way in which someone could indicate something like that?
So the quick answer is yes,
Yeah.
they can still proceed. So they'll just go, they'll get the same sort of thing you would get if you didn't answer any question. You get a soft edit, the blue box at the top, and then you just click forward to continue.
So they would just simply have missing data for the gender. Is this on the same topic? Or, okay, I'll have Megan speak is on the same topic, and then we'll go to Seth.
Just to enter the second part of that question into the record, if there is missing data for that question or for any other question, is that then imputed for that individual? Like, does the Census Bureau then kind of decide your gender for you?
Hi, my name is Matt Spence. I'm in the Population Division. Yes, if any self-identification question is missing, such as sex, it would be imputed using our normal edit and imputation procedures.
Thank you very much. Seth?
So now I have two questions. Is it recorded when things are edited? When the data is released, if you've imputed something, you record that it's been imputed, right?
Yes, so if it's imputed, it's recorded in our internal system that it's been flagged as imputed rather than as reported.
We could talk about public data products later, but I think I'd like a little clarification on what happens if someone enters an address. I'm specifically thinking about like large apartment buildings where someone doesn't put an apartment in, and then the name doesn't match. And so you have a situation in which you don't know if your database is bad, and someone was legitimately at that address, or if someone's not legitimately at that address. How do you resolve that?
Okay, so I think this is the question you're asking. It would be about a non-ID response that couldn't actually we couldn't validate either through real-time or our MPC clerical operation. We actually we call that field verification, and we will send that case to the field.
I guess what I'm worried about in that case is the time lag. Like how long does it take to verify? So if someone fills out the internet form, I'm going to make up some dates on March, I don't know when on the first day it's rolled
March
out.
12th.
March 12th. And it takes a little time to verify it, and you come out on March 19th and the person's not there. I guess as long as it's before, you're okay. But what if it's after? What if it's after April 1st? Then what do you do?
We'll still do that work, right? We're validating if we're getting a response in non-ID and we have an address that we're trying to either map to an ID that we have, or it could be something that needs to be added. We run field verification through the end of non-response follow-up.
I think I'll talk to you later about this. I
Okay.
still have a worry.
Or we can, when we go for break.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We are going to take a very short 5-minute break and reconvene at 11:30.
members, please take your food, if you're not already, to your seats. I think there might be some folks who are out in the hall still. If you can hear me, please come on in. We're going to get started in exactly 1 minute.
Okay. All right, so let's turn to our next presentation. And we are going to have an update on confidentiality and disclosure avoidance from Jenny Hunter-Childs and John About.
Yes, please. Good still morning, everyone. This presentation is going to start with a video that the Census Bureau collaborated on the production of. So even though I think many of the committee members are not back yet, we should probably start playing the video. right, so it appears that we're experiencing technical difficulty, and while I don't want to inflict Jenny with having to do the presentation without slides, she does have the first half of the presentation. So, Jenny, why don't you start, and your slides will come up as soon as they're available. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Hi, thank you for having me today. My name is Jenny Hunter-Childs, and I am the Assistant Center Chief for Emerging Methods and Applications in the Center for Behavioral Science Methods in the Research Directorate. We have been doing research with the guidance of John Aboud on respondents' understanding of re-identification risks. So the types of risks that that disclosure avoidance techniques are aimed at protecting. So the types of risk that disclosure avoidance techniques are aimed at protecting against are the types of things we've been talking with respondents about and trying to gain respondents' understanding, be able to explain it in a way that respondents can understand it, and to be able to measure their concern about disclosure. So this has been about a 2-year, mostly qualitative research project where we have talked with respondents about the risks of data breaches and the risk of re-identification and the difference between those things. And then we've come up with a questionnaire that's been cognitively tested through multiple rounds to understand how a respondent feels about risks of a confidentiality breach by way of re-identification. So that was the goal of our research study. What I'm going to show you as soon as the slides come up is a little bit of findings from, so we've spent several rounds qualitatively testing a questionnaire.
Jenny, we all have the slides on our iPad, so if you just tell us the number, we can.
Okay, that's good. Let me get my slides. I was looking at something else. Okay.
First slide is 46. She's now on slide 48.
Okay. Let me get there. Yes. Well, I'm just going to look at them so I know what you're looking at. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so our research questions, are respondents worried about re-identification? Do respondents prefer more privacy at the cost of less accuracy? You guys are looking at these, so I don't have to read them. So as I mentioned, we're trying to understand how respondents perceive these things, so the general public and respondents. So it's been a task to get respondents to understand what we mean by these things, because they are complex complex concepts. So on the methods slide, so we did in-person cognitive testing with 2 rounds of respondents, and then we did an online pretest. And this is what I'm going to show you the results from. So we did a proof of concept field test this past summer with an online instrument. So what we did here was we had respondents fill out a mock census questionnaire so they would get an idea of what happens in the census. And then we asked them questions about their privacy, and then we asked them questions about the privacy accuracy trade-off that we've been talking about with regard to disclosure avoidance. So we had a randomized national sample of 20,000 households selected from our own internal master address file and contact frame. We got a pretty low response rate, as is typical for a cold contact email study, of 727 responses. And we did some web probing during this, so we were looking at respondent understanding while we were doing this pilot test. And our goal for this fall or this winter is to conduct a large nationally representative sample survey. So the data I'm going to show you are from a not representative sample. So the sample that we have is not representative of the population, but you can get an idea for the types of things that we're seeing with this population. So the next slide shows level of concern about confidentiality of census information. And what you'll notice, so we asked people how concerned they would be if their own age was disclosed. So we had them take the census questionnaire, and then we said we were going to ask some questions about the experience they just had. So what would they feel if their age was disclosed off the census form? And so you can see here the moderately and very, a little over, a little less than 20% said that they were moderately or very concerned about their own age getting out. It was a little bit more than that about others' age. you can see the information about race. So this is your own race and then others' race in your household. The number of people in the household, relationship to person one, home ownership, full name, others' name, and then the information on the census form combined. What you will see, what I want to draw your attention to here is just the difference in the information, and just as a control, we put income and social security number on there to see how concerned would a person be. Of course, almost everyone is concerned if you find out their social security number. So that gives us kind of a basis of that's the maximum level of concern. And then we can see from there the level of concern in the general population. And then this is collapsed across the different demographic groups. When we have our full study, we hope to be able to look at the demographic groups individually. So the next slide is one of the questions that we asked about the privacy accuracy trade-off. So this question attempts to describe the privacy accuracy trade-off and then elicit a response from the respondent. So policymakers, businesses, researchers use information collected from government surveys to make important decisions. The more detailed the data provided by households like yours, the more useful the information is. This might mean reporting data by zip code, for example, instead of by state. By providing more detail may increase the risk that an individual's household information would be identified, even if that risk is low. So in general, how willing are you to risk your confidentiality so that the government can produce useful data and statistics for policymakers, businesses, and researchers to use? So what you can see here is 31% of respondents said that they were not at all willing, 24% slightly willing, and then it's about 40% saying somewhat willing, moderately willing, or very willing. Let's see if we can, oh, maybe that's not ready yet. We can move to the next slide while we're getting that. The next question was just a slightly a different version of the same sort of question, so willingness to share information. So we asked respondents which statement they most agreed with. Were they willing to share information for useful statistics? They would rather keep the information private. We had, based on cognitive testing, we had a number of people said that they wanted to agree with both or not to agree with either. So these were allowed in the online instrument. Those indicate to me that just a kind of lack of understanding of the trade-off that we're asking a person to make. But you can see about a third of people were willing to share information for useful statistics, and about a third, roughly, would rather keep the information private. And then there's a third or so, a little more than a third, that are kind of in between there. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we talked a little bit about our journey to tell respondents about risks of re-identification and then measure their concern for the risk of re-identification. We've been successful in explaining the problem of re-identification to respondents. That term is not something that respondents are used to hearing. They might think of identity theft or something that's a little different. But we have been successful in describing the problem of re-identification to respondents. We've got one more round of pre-testing going on currently to refine the question about re-identification. And then the next step is to gather the same data with the refined question on a larger, more representative sample, and the results of this will inform the 2020 disclosure avoidance system. I think that's all I have. All right, John.
Thanks, Ginny. Why don't you stay there, because we'll have questions afterwards. We're going to try the video again.
Every Every 10 years, the U.S. Census Bureau surveys the American population. The ambitious goal is to count every person currently living in the entire United States of America and collect information about them like age, sex, race, and ethnicity. The whole purpose of doing surveys like the census, and many other big medical or demographic surveys, is to be able to get an overall quantitative picture of a particular population. How many people live in Minnesota? Or Mississippi? What's their average age? And how do these things differ in different places, or by sex or race? The results of the U.S. Census are of particular political relevance since they are used to determine the number of seats that different states get in the U.S. House of Representatives, as well as the boundaries of legislative districts from Congress down to city councils. But big surveys are also useful for understanding lots of other issues, too. The problem, of course, is that the census, like many other medical and demographic studies, is supposed to be private. Like, no one outside the Census Bureau is supposed to be able to look at just the published statistics about the U.S. population demographics and definitively figure out that there's a white married male 31-year-old with no kids living in my neighborhood. That's me. The Census Bureau is supposed to keep my information confidential, and they're supposed to keep the information of every single other person living in the United States confidential, too. Which is a tall order, because how can you keep everyone's information entirely confidential while still saying anything at all based on that information? The short answer is that you can't. There's an inherent trade-off between publishing something you learn from a survey and maintaining the privacy of the participants. It might seem like you could just remove people's names from the spreadsheet or only publish summaries like averages and totals, but it's easy to reconnect names to datasets using powerful computers. And there's a mathematical theorem that guarantees that every single piece of accurate information that you release, however small it seems, will inherently violate the privacy of the participants to some degree. And the more information you publicly release, the more you violate the individual privacies of the participants. But how do you quantitatively measure something nebulous like loss of privacy? And then how do you protect it? To understand how to measure privacy, it's helpful to start by imagining how somebody would try to use published results from a study and piece together the private information of the people surveyed. They could just try to steal or gain direct access to the private information itself, which of course can't be protected against mathematically. That requires good computer security, or physical defenses, so we won't consider it here. The kind of privacy attack we can defend against mathematically is an attack that looks at publicly published statistics and then applies brute force computational power to imagine all possible combinations of answers the participants could have given to see which ones are the most plausible. That is, which ones fit the published statistics the best. Imagine checking all possible combinations of letters and numbers for a password until one of them works. Except instead of letters and numbers, it's checking all possible combinations of the answers that 330 million people could give on their census questionnaires to see which combinations come closest to the publicly published figures for average age, racial breakdown, and so on. The more closely a potential combination of answers matches the published figures, the more promising a candidate it is from the attacker's perspective. The more poorly it matches, the lower their level of certainty. As a small example, if there are 7 people living in a particular area, and you tell me that 4 are female, 4 like ice cream, 4 are married adults, 3 of the ice cream lovers are female, and if you also give me the mean and median ages for all of these categories, then I can perfectly reconstruct the exact age, sex, and ice cream preferences of everyone involved. I would start with the 3 ice cream loving females. Even though there are hundreds of thousands of possible combinations of ages for 3 people, only a small fraction of those, 36 in fact, are plausible. They're in the right combination to give a median age of 36 and a mean age of 36 2/3. And the same thing works for the 4 females overall. There are almost 100 million possible combinations of ages they could have, but only 24 age combinations that are consistent with a median of 30, a mean of 33.5, and with at least one of the plausible age combinations for the 3 ice cream lovers. Continuing on with this kind of deduction leads to a single plausible and perfect reconstruction of all the ages, sexes, and ice cream preferences of the people involved. A 100% violation of privacy. If, however, you didn't list how many of the ice cream lovers were female, there would instead be 2 plausible possibilities. So I would be less certain which was the true combination of ages and genders and ice cream preferences. And if you published even less data, there would be an even higher number of plausible possibilities, so I would be even less certain. And the potential level of certainty of an attacker is precisely how we measure the loss of privacy from publishing results of a study. If all possible combinations of ages and sexes and so on are similarly plausible, then an attacker can't distinguish between them very well, and so privacy is well protected. But if a small number of the possibilities are significantly more plausible than the rest, they stand out. And precisely because they stand out on plausibility, they're also likely to be close to the truth. So to protect privacy, all possibilities need to seem similarly plausible, or at least there can't be plausibility peaks that are too conspicuous. The potential for plausibility peaks is quantified mathematically by measuring the maximum slope of the graph. If the slope never gets too steep, then you can't have any sharp peaks of highly plausible possibilities that stand out. But how do we publish statistics in a way that limits the maximum slope and possible peaks on the plausibilities plot? In practice, the best way to limit an attacker's ability to confidently choose one scenario over the other is to randomly change or jitter the published values. Like, for example, rolling a die and adding that number to the average age reported for ice cream lovers. Jittering the published results in a mathematically rigorous way puts a limit on the slope of the plausibility graph, and thus makes it harder for any particular possibilities to stand out above the rest. Jittering results might also seem like lying, but as long as the size of the adjustment isn't big enough to make any significant changes to conclusions you could draw, then it's considered worth it for the privacy protection. For example, imagine I want to give you a sense of my age while keeping my true age. If I just told you my age, obviously there's just one plausible possibility. 31. But suppose instead that I secretly pulled a number between -5 and 5 out of a hat and added it to my age before telling you. In this case, all you know is that my true age is somewhere within 5 years of the number I told you, but you don't know my age exactly. My privacy has been preserved, though only to a certain degree, because you can be confident I'm not 20 and not 40. To protect my age more, I'd have to pull a number between, say, -10 and 10 out of a hat and add it to my age. This increases the number of plausible possibilities. That is, the possible true ages that could have resulted in the number I told you. It also increases your uncertainty about my actual age. The trade-off for privacy is inaccuracy. If I wanted you to know my age within a year, I could only pull a number between -1 and 1 out of the hat. In general, the idea is this. More privacy means you get less accuracy. Less privacy means you can have more accuracy if you do things right. When you publish results, hopefully there's a sweet spot where you can share something useful while still sufficiently maintaining people's privacy. And simultaneously maintaining decent privacy and decent accuracy gets easier and easier with larger datasets. Like how as I add more noise to this image, you can still get the general picture, even once you've lost any hope of telling the true original value of a particular pixel. So to protect people's privacy, we can and should randomly jitter published statistics, which the US Census, for example, has been doing since the 1970s. However, there's a subtlety. You can't just add any old random noise however frequently you want. If I simply add different random noise to this picture a bunch of times, once you take the average of all the noisy images, you basically get back the original clean image, and you don't want this happening to your data. So there's a whole field of computer science dedicated to figuring out how to add the least possible amount of noise to get both the most privacy and the most accuracy, and to future-proof the publication of data so that when you publish multiple jittered statistics, they can't be combined in a clever way to reconstruct people's data. But up through the 2010 census, the Census Bureau couldn't promise this. Sure, they were jittering the figures published in Census Bureau tables and charts, but not in a mathematically rigorous way. And so the Census Bureau couldn't mathematically promise anything about how much they were protecting our privacy, or say how badly it's been violated. Until now. The 2020 census is a different story. It will, for the first time, be using mathematically rigorous privacy protections. One of the biggest benefits of the mathematically rigorous definition of privacy is that it reliably compounds over multiple pieces of information. Like if we publish both an average age and median age, each with a privacy loss factor of 3, then the privacy loss factor for having released both pieces of information is at most 6. This means you can decide on a total cumulative amount of privacy loss you want to decide, and then decide whether you want to release, say, 10 pieces of information each with 1/10 that total privacy loss and less accuracy, or if you want to release one piece of information with the full privacy loss and a higher level of accuracy. But how much privacy we need is a really hard question to answer. First, it involves weighing how much we as society collectively value the possible benefits from accurately knowing stuff versus the possible drawbacks of releasing some amount of private information. And second, even though those benefits and drawbacks can be quantitatively measured as accuracy and privacy loss, we still have to translate the mathematical ideas of accuracy and privacy loss into something that's understandable and relatable to people in our society. That's partly a goal of this video, in fact. So let's give it one more shot at a translation. First and foremost, it is in principle impossible to publish useful statistics based on private data without in some way violating the privacy of the individuals in question. And if you want to provide a mathematically guaranteed limit on the amount of privacy violation, you have to randomly jitter the statistics to protect the private data. The accuracy of the information after being jittered is generally described probabilistically by saying something like, if we randomly jitter the true value for the population of this town a bunch of times, 98% of the time our jittered statistic would be within 10 people of the true value. So accuracy has two components: how close you want your privacy protected statistic to be to the real answer, and how likely it is to be that close. The loss of privacy due to the publication of information is described in terms of how confidently an attacker would be able to single out a particular possibility for the true data. Given the published information, are there just a few possibilities for the true data, or are there many plausible possibilities for what the true data might be? Essentially, loss of privacy is measured by the prominence of peaks on the plausibility plot. And so the protection of privacy requires policing the possibility for such peaks. If we individuals are going to willingly participate in studies and surveys or use services where we reveal potentially sensitive personal information, we should demand that the researchers or organizations utilize a mathematically robust way of protecting our privacy. Simply put, if they can't guarantee there won't be a peak in plausibility, then we shouldn't agree to give them a peek at our data. Thanks to the U.S. Census Bureau for supporting this video. The founders of the United States understood that an accurate and complete population count is necessary for the fair implementation of a representative democracy. So a regular census is enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. 2020 census will be the first anywhere to use modern, mathematically guaranteed privacy safeguards to protect respondents from today's privacy threats. These new safeguards will protect confidentiality while allowing the Census Bureau to deliver the complete and accurate count of the nation's population. They'll also give those who rely on census data increased clarity regarding the impact that statistical safeguards have on their analyses and decision-making. In short, the Census Bureau views the adoption of a mathematical guarantee of privacy as a win-win. Now, of course, protecting census data from hacking is another question entirely. Anyway, here's how the chief scientist at the Census Bureau thinks about it. There's a real choice that every curator of confidential survey data has to make. If they want the respondents to trust them to protect confidentiality, then the curator has to be prepared to give and implement mathematically provable guarantees of privacy. Unfortunately, this means there's a constraint on the amount of information you can publish from confidential data. It's mathematically impossible to provide perfectly accurate answers for as many questions or statistics as you want, while also protecting the privacy of respondents. So curators need to do two things: understand the needs and desires of the people who provided data and the people who want to use the data in order to determine precisely what balance of accuracy versus privacy to choose, and then not waste that limited privacy budget by publishing accurate answers to unimportant questions.
Okay. So if you're not familiar with Henry Reich, his regular series is called Minute Physics, and he is known to, he's a PhD physicist, known to take very difficult concepts like special relativity, for example, and translate them into videos of a comparable length and I hope clarity to the one you just saw. So Jenny started us off with how we're attempting to measure what respondents understand about confidentiality protection and how eventually a representative sample of the U.S. public feels about the trade-off between accuracy and privacy. They are certainly a very important player in the underlying decisions that the Census Bureau will have to make. But I want to stress before I do this disclosure avoidance update that the Census Bureau is acting as the steward in this case. We're bound by Section 9 of Title 13 to protect confidentiality, which means to prevent the re-identification of respondents, even those re-identifications that can be accomplished from tabular summaries. We understand that to be a risk trade-off, and addressing that risk trade-off is properly a social choice. And involves discussions with lots of communities of interest about the relevant uses of the data and the privacy concerns. So I want to encourage as much conversation about that as we can have in this forum and in other forums to help the Census Bureau be a good data steward. All right, so some of this was covered in the first presentation this morning, but I'll repeat it. On the end-to-end test, we deployed a simplified version of the 2020 disclosure avoidance system, and we released the entire code base at the URL that's the first blue line there. And that prototype PL94 171 database, which was only produced for Providence, Rhode Island, used a privacy loss budget of 0.25. The reasons for that are documented in the decision memo that is referenced in the second line. Basically, the only use case for those data was to test the computer programs of redistrictors that the file formats were correct and they would be loaded. So there was no accuracy use case at all, and the Census Bureau, I think correctly, didn't assign a large privacy loss budget to those test products. All right. We've also want to make it clear that the vulnerability associated with database reconstruction and the increased risk of re-identification that it allows is known to be a vulnerability of all of our products, but it is difficult to address for many of them for a lot of reasons that when we get around to that in a few NAC meetings, we'll elaborate. But we've stated publicly, the Deputy Director wrote the blog, that we won't apply formal privacy to the American Community Survey before 2025, and we'll engage in hopefully a less rushed, but the same wide open discussion with the user community about the proposed methods and their implications before moving forward with that. All right. So we're totally focused on the 2020 census with regard to this innovation, at least right now. So I want to explain to you the next step in our disclosure avoidance system, which is the methods that we used to produce the demonstration products, which were released on October 28th. They were released on Tuesday of that week, 26th, I think. The blog and the web pages that you saw earlier. I couldn't put the release date in my slides either, I don't believe, and so that's why I don't have it to remind me. You'll see discussion in here, the technical term, how big is the histogram for this set of statistics? So that's language that's familiar to computer scientists who work in this area. It's less familiar to data users in the social science community. So if I told you it's the contingency table that allows for all possible interactions, that's the same thing. So every time I say histogram, mentally substitute the contingency table that allows for all possible interactions. And that's significant because all possible interactions explode the size of this histogram with the dimensionality that you would expect. Well, you multiply two sexes by 116 age categories, by 2 ethnicity categories, and so forth. They're listed out here. And in this case, by just 7 household level variables, so whether you're living in a household or you're living in one of the 7 major group quarter types. That expands the histogram for persons from the 2012 cell histogram we used for the test to, in round numbers, 400,000. And the full histogram for DHCP is about 1.5 million. So we're about a third of the way there, but we can get a large proportion of the statistics in DHC with this 400,000 person histogram. So we decided this was the sweet spot for doing a demonstration product that shows how it works on a large enough collection of the data so that there are meaningful uses that that the 2010 data were originally put to that can be reviewed using this test product. Similarly, for housing and households, the overall, so there was no histogram for housing and households in the end-to-end test product because there was only one household level table, and the technology didn't exist to protect variables in it, so that variable vacancy rate was not protected in the end-to-end test, but it's protected in the demonstration product, and it will be protected in the final products. So now the histogram's again on the order of about 400,000, and it runs through the same code base, so this is exercising essentially the same capabilities. And you can see the various attributes that had to be tabled up in order to produce that contingency table or histogram. Right? So what we did then is assign a privacy loss budget. Oh, there it is. The date is in this one. On October 29th. Assign a privacy loss budget of 6 to these products. That was done in a meeting of DCEP that actually occurred during the fall CSAC meeting. While the CSAC was discussing its recommendations, we adjourned, the census execs at the front of the table here, adjourned to DCEP for what was expected to be an hour meeting. That meeting took 2.5 hours and arrived at the compromise that you see here, the privacy loss budget for the person tables of 4 and for the housing unit tables of 2. And the best way to characterize that meeting is that no one walked out of it happy. So you know that it involved very significant discussion and compromise between the various discussions about what dimensions accuracy needed to be maintained in and how disclosive the final products could be. And those same discussions now have to happen, hopefully in a much more public way, in the sense that we want the people who use the demonstration products and who give us advice regarding the 2020 census to understand how these trade-offs work by looking at real data products and understanding that with a fixed privacy loss budget, the accuracy in one part of the publications has to come from accuracy in other parts of the publications, and that you can't take the privacy loss budget all the ways to infinity or you'll be back in the same situation that we were in for the 2010 census. So it is a difficult problem, and we want to acknowledge that it's a difficult problem, and we want to acknowledge that while the statute put the obligation to make the final decisions with the Census Bureau, this is a public decision, and it needs to be guided by input from the user community and from the public and the privacy communities. We need to have people speak up about this, and we're quite certain, I think, now that you will, and we encourage you to. And we are listening. We haven't made any final decisions for the 2020 census, and we designed into the software both what's being used for these demonstration products and the new software that's in production for the products we talked about earlier today. Dials. There is nothing hardwired about the way the privacy loss budget is set or allocated in these algorithms. That said, it is a complicated process, and understanding how they work is going to take some heavy lifting on the parts of the user community. It takes heavy lifting inside the Census Bureau. So we encourage you to do that, and we'll note that in addition to the CNSTAT workshop that will happen on December 11th and 12th, and the expert summaries that they'll provide for us after that, there was a Harvard Data Science Review workshop on October 25th that had presentations by both users and privacy experts, and they thoroughly exercised the version of the algorithm that we used for the end-to-end test products. So there's already some pretty active discussion of this going, and that active discussion is facilitated by these demonstration products and facilitated by the ability to load the 1940 census into the exact algorithms that we're running, and they're public. You can adjust the parameters in them. So people have started to do that. The new code base that supports these 2010 demonstration products will be released this month. The code base is ready. We're still reviewing the documentation for how to implement it. We will also release runs on the 1940 census, not simultaneously. These runs now take 60 to 70 hours each, so to get a full suite of runs on the 1940 census, even on our own equipment, will take us some time, but we will do that. All right, so that's all I had to say by way of an update, and I think I've left plenty of time for questions. Thank you.
Great, so let's get going with questions. I think Teku was our first question.
Thank you. Just two quick points on the proof of concept survey. I very quickly just wanted to know if the numbers that are on these slides are weighted or not, because you said it's a non-representative sample, and I want to get a sense of what to make of the numbers. Also, along the same lines, I'm just wondering what kind of numbers would actually guide decision-making in terms of how the public perceives privacy accuracy trade-offs. It's not clear what the difference between 40% or 45% would be in terms of actually informing decision-making, and I guess I just wanted to register general skepticism about how the views of the public around their privacy concerns would actually inform decision-making, as opposed to using this kind of survey to understand knowledge gaps so that the Census Bureau could educate the public about privacy information accuracy trade-offs. Thank you.
Sure, I can take at least the first part of that question. They are unweighted because of the low response rate. When we get a better sample and a better survey, we'll show weighted distributions. John, do you want to address the second part?
Yes, I'll take this. This is John Aboud. So we're looking for all kinds of data that can be in principle useful. Jenny and I and our research teams, which consists of economists and behavioral scientists, have ways of translating these survey data into usable indices where the absolute level of the responses isn't necessarily meaningful, but the differences between the responses or ratios, there are multiple ways to set it up. They can be informative. We are cognizant of the fact that attempts to elicit preferences about these aspects of public goods, privacy protection and data accuracy, can be problematic in both the survey setting and the laboratory setting. And that's essentially a statement about the state of the science more than anything else, and we can advance it only as fast as it gives in to our repeated attempts. But I do think that it's instructive that the respondents in these surveys have demonstrated that they have differential sensitivity about the specific questions on the 2020 census. So this particular survey isn't hypothetical. Suppose I asked you about this. The respondents actually take the 2020 census before the survey starts. So, and I think that the laboratory testing and the field testing have indicated that that does a good job of anchoring their responses on the specific concerns that others around the table have raised. How should we think about the harm associated with privacy leakage from the 2020 census? And that's the sense in which we will use these results to guide our thinking.
I wanted to just weigh in a little bit on this, and I wanted to commend, first of all, Jennifer and John for bringing this up. It is a very important topic. I don't think anyone in this room would disagree with the fact that we all take privacy very seriously, and we understand the Census Bureau takes its Title 13 responsibilities very seriously. One of the problems that we're seeing with this is, as good as the video is, it's missing the most important component for our communities, and that is, okay, we get the need to inject noise to protect privacy. What is the impact going to be on the data that's available for the decisions that are made that affect our communities the most? And in particular, these really kind of fall, at least in terms of what we typically deal with, two broad categories, and one is appropriations that are based upon actual counts. And in Indian country, that's housing, education, roads, WIC, CHIP, any sort of social services. And then, of course, within litigation, we actually enforce federal civil rights statutes that specifically say that the data that the census releases is indisputable. It cannot be challenged in court, and we rely upon that when we're establishing our claims to make clear that the court must take judicial notice of this. And obviously the concern we would have from a litigator's perspective would be, can the court still do that if you're injecting noise in and they're not the actual real numbers? And I think the bottom line, at least in terms of the American Indian and Alaska Native community, is that it's not the only community affected by this. And I think that others would agree with that. The reason why it affects this community so much is because so many parts of Indian country are the much more sparsely populated communities that are much more likely to be directly affected by differential privacy. So I know that was kind of a long-winded piece. I wanted to get it out there, and we yesterday we adopted a recommendation for the NAC to set up a differential privacy working group, and we understand that that is something that the Bureau is receptive to doing in connection with, in partnership and collaboration with the CSAC. I think the other thing that you said, though, that and we'll put this in the form of a request for information, is we understand that you may be operating with certain timelines, and it would really inform any working group that's established to know upfront what those timelines are, so that we can make sure that any input that we give can be given to you in a timely and meaningful way before the decision is made.
This is John Navout again. Thank you for those comments. Speaking for the Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee, but not in an official capacity, that's exactly the input that we want. And the reason why we are putting out demonstration products and will attempt, as I said, I'm trying not to overpromise, attempt to put them out for the more detailed race and ethnicity and AIN products as well. You're right about the timelines. We do need to be more explicit about those. We are waiting for the announcement that the contracts are in place before we make a public statement about exactly. I told you the approximate timeline, so you understand the contracting constraints there. To the broader point, and it was made in the video, but it wasn't perhaps beat home with a hammer, we've been altering the data in the publications used for all the purposes that you delineated since 1970. It has not been transparent, and it would not surprise me if some of the judicial interpretations suffered from that lack of transparency. But in the areas where the census numbers need to be controlling, they're controlling because they're official. And so we want to make the official data as accurate as it can be within the privacy loss budget. And more importantly, we want to concentrate that privacy loss budget on the components of the official data that have the most compelling use cases. And so we started with the Constitution, then we went to the statute that dictates the form of redistricting data, which is not in the statute, it dictates the process by which that will be accomplished, and went to great pains, I think, to ensure that the process underlying the way we produce redistricting data was respected and is respected in the algorithm. So now the more general use cases need to be addressed by the community, and isolated and brought to our attention so that we can collect them and be properly cognizant of them as we're balancing it. But we have always done statistical disclosure limitation, the formal name for it, or disclosure avoidance, our Census Bureau name for it. Transparency allows us to have this kind of a discussion and allows it to be clear the interests that are associated with the privacy protection and with the various use cases that determine the accuracy. And that's an important discussion, and that's not just NAC's responsibility or CSAC's responsibility or the Census Bureau's responsibility. That is the American public's responsibility through all of the vehicles that we have to express our concerns and desires. We need to examine how it is we as a society wish to define the privacy rights of individuals and wish to have those definitions respected by our government organizations and by private companies. And that discussion is just beginning, and it was prompted by the same revolution in the availability of information and computing power that necessitates rethinking confidentiality protections for a census. But it's basically a very large-scale social problem, and it's in the news every day, as I know you're aware. So thank you again for that input.
And I just wanted to thank you also for the response, and we do appreciate the fact that I think one of the things that's also lost in this is that the Bureau was transparent in identifying this as an issue before any final decision was made, and we really do appreciate that. But it just reemphasizes the importance to make sure that all of our respective communities actually have an opportunity to weigh in. So thank you.
All right, great. Next on our list is Megan.
Thank you. I'm going to be transparent that I understand approximately 1 out of every 6 words that you say about privacy loss. So I apologize if I asked this question in a stupid way, but having watched that video a couple of times and thinking a little bit about the collective budget for privacy loss, I wrote it down so I would say the right words. The thing that's sitting with me in my gut is that I feel like y'all are doing great research to hear collectively what we as a public think about privacy loss, but in reality, while American Indian, Alaska Native populations aren't the only folks who are going to be impacted by the choices you make, there are definitely a small handful of populations that are going to be very, very deeply impacted, and the rest of us aren't. So what we collectively as society feel about privacy loss, in my mind, is kind of irrelevant. What matters is what those communities that are most deeply impacted feel about the privacy loss choices, and I urge you to think about that as you're choosing about how to allocate that privacy loss budget. That while I might have internal feelings about my privacy, they're not really relevant. I'm a white person who's relatively financially stable, who has stable housing, who doesn't face daily violence. My privacy is less relevant than people who are going to have direct impacts to their financial health, to their physical health, to their stability. So that's my baseline thing. And then in how we provide you input on that privacy loss allocation, I'm curious about, with the demonstration products that you have put out there, was the privacy loss budget allocated evenly across different characteristics, across different tables, or is there already some sort of allocation in that we should be thinking about when we're trying to provide feedback? I have no idea if that's even a question that makes sense, so okay, cool.
This is John Nabout again. Thank you, Megan. You have identified in your first question what I think is one of the most vexing problems that government curators of data face. So in our statute, you can't waive your right to privacy. And I think in your world, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this is how I heard you, you believe that there are populations, some of them small, some of them hard to identify, where the people in that population would happily waive their right to privacy in exchange for better data. And I don't disagree with that statement, but the current state of both Title 13 and the more generic CPSI, which was just reenacted in the Foundations of Evidence-Based Policymaking Act at the end of the 115th Congress, both of those laws don't allow statistical agencies to have an opt-out on the privacy protections. And it's a valid discussion and something that I think that communities like the ones you advocate for should be having, whether some groups should be allowed to opt out of the privacy protections. But until they're allowed to opt out of the privacy protections, we have no choice but to apply the same kinds of confidentiality protections to the data we collect from them. And in addition, since we are making a generic and meaningful promise of confidentiality, we don't want anyone to think that you could opt out of them without some explicit authority. So that's a hard problem, and it's one that we need to begin addressing as a society, and the Census Bureau hopes that happens sooner rather than later, but it hasn't happened yet. So I think the right way to think about that is a constraint that we acknowledge and that we're trying to work around as best we can, but that's definitely a constraint. So yes, the privacy loss budget is allocated across all of the statistics that you heard Cynthia and Jason talk about this morning. We have an FAQ being reviewed that shows how we did it. That said, because of the way these algorithms work, you can't give an exact answer because any one statistic is actually more accurate than the privacy loss budget that was assigned to it because of the way the algorithms work. That statement can be made mathematically precise, but it's not understandable in its mathematically precise form. But it's called borrowing strength, and it's a feature of the algorithms. So that FAQ will be posted as soon as it's finished going through clearance, okay? The other 10 FAQs address questions that are similar to the ones you asked, so you should probably take a look at those too. The FAQs are already posted. This particular one wasn't ready when we released the first batch of them. Historically, the Census Bureau has updated FAQs on a regular basis, so that the FAQs about the 2010 demonstration products and about the 2020 data products will be updated on a regular basis.
Okay, great. So Seth will be our last question, and then we're going to move to working on these recommendations.
Thank you. Seth Sanders from Cornell University. So John, I have three questions that I really just want your views on. So the first has to do really with not the public tables, but when people request special tabulations, which I think is inevitable when you need to limit the public data more. And so I guess my first question is there any sense of a special tabulation having a half-life? What I mean by that is, do you consider, once you disclose a table, that everybody in the world knows that table and so has to come out of the privacy budget? Or I would like to believe that everyone knows every table I ever published, but I guess 4 people do or something like that. So that's the first question. The second question is, have you thought about how to handle what I would call the option value of doing a special tabulation? So every time you do a tabulation, it means someone else can't do a tabulation. And so that puts you in a position where you have to choose, whether you do the tabulation today or whether you hold the privacy budget for something you think is going to be more valuable in the future. And the last question, which I know, John, you're going to recognize immediately, is, in the academic world, there's this idea that when you have data that has been dithered, that it might be possible to do analysis and then to submit the analysis to say an agency that holds the real data, and what would come back would just be what's the accuracy of your answer? It doesn't tell you what the actual answer is, but it says that what you got is basically what you would have gotten if you used the real data. So I'm bringing that up because I think the concern I hear among a lot of constituents is that for things like allocation decisions, we might get the wrong answer. And so what I'm wondering is if there's an analogy to a verification server where the Bureau might play the role that if a decision is made, the Bureau can say, if you had used the real data, you would have gotten the same allocation decision.
This is John Nabout again. Thanks, Seth. So, members of the National Advisory Committee, if I were to give Seth the quality answer that he deserves to those questions, you would get to your recommendations sometime about 4 o'clock today. So I'm going to deliberately give shorter answers and invite further conversation about this, either in the working group or in a subsequent NAC. So I'll do it short, the short form. With regard to special tabulations, the way we're thinking about the issue is that we have a privacy loss budget for the 2020 census that needs to be doled out over 72 years. And the less current the data are, the better case you could make for spending up more of the privacy loss budget. With respect to the half-life of what we've already published, the way these systems work is that just doesn't matter. The protection is against even stronger tables than the ones you actually released, so you don't, it's called release and forget, so that they're future-proof. And so due to the future-proof nature, we do have to think about how to dole out the privacy loss budget over the course of 72 years, but we don't have to worry about what was previously released, and we don't have to give it a half-life in any meaningful sense. We do have to make choices about who gets the privacy loss budget, though. So that goes to your second question about the option value. And that is a question that we can now talk about explicitly, that basically the user community, scientific, and policy have delegated to the Census Bureau for decades without realizing it. In figuring out the publication strategy from a census or a major survey, you're inherently limiting the option value. Now, you can get some of it back by restricted access modalities, and so that's your third question, so I'll get to that one. But for example, in the 2010, 2000, and 1990 censuses, this is going to find this a staggering result. We never published the national results. That's the fully interacted contingency table that shows every possible combination of outcomes that you could get. We never published that. You could get close to it if you used the public use microsample and did a detailed 5-way or 6-way or 7-way crosstab. That was a conscious decision because those are sparse populations even at the national level. We'll publish the full national results from the 2020 census because, yes, if they're sparse at the national level, that number will be noisier than it would otherwise have been. But that means that any hypothesis involving the tabulation variables is in principle estimable from the release data. So that's an attempt to preserve the option value of computing a statistic when doing the publication set. So I think the last question is, what about verification servers and other ways? Let me just delay that one. So I put that in the same category as the final form of any public use microsample that we release. There are things that we can do that will facilitate the use of the data in creative ways that we didn't anticipate. Some of those will require a verification server and some of those won't, and we need to work that out much more carefully than a quick answer I could give to your question.
So John, and we could talk about this offline, but I think where I'm going with this is that there are communities that are fearful that the new process will affect things that are very important to them, and I use the verification server as an analogy. The real question is, is there something less than releasing, the exact count that could still assure the communities that the decisions that are being made are made as if the exact counts were released? And we can talk about this later, but I think it's somehow important. I do feel it's important that when we, as scientists, we don't just say we can assure you that what you're getting is right, but like trust us that the numbers are close enough. I mean,
so let me ask John Abott again. Let me say categorically, the Census Bureau is not asking anyone to trust us. That's why the confidentiality protections are transparent. We are extremely concerned about the use cases mandated in the Constitution and statute, and we intend to document the fitness for use for those use cases. The other use cases that are brought forward by our user community and political and other interest groups, we will consider and provide techniques for documenting. The goal of scientifically valid census results is something that comes with this confidentiality protection system. And at a later NAC, we can talk about other things we're doing with the 2020 census to consider other sources of uncertainty that are inherent in census taking that need more documentation. Thank you again.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for answering all those, John. Okay, so we have, thank you very much. Applause. Appreciate that. It was great, very informative. So right now what we're going to do is this is where for the new people, this is where the mad dash begins. This is where we try to do 52 recommendations in an hour. And so that's like almost a 1 minute each. Okay, so what we're gonna do, this is our plan that we started doing this last time around that worked really, really well, is we're gonna work in groups to wordsmith them a little bit, basically, so we don't do so much of that on here, which takes up too much time. We're gonna do that, basically, and then do them all as a group for the approval. And so we're going to take 10 minutes until 1 o'clock. So 10 minutes until 1 o'clock to wordsmith. Each group is going to do 12. Ooh. We might need till 1:05. Okay, we'll do 15 minutes. Does that sound too obscene? That's bad? Okay, we're going to do 15 minutes to 1:05. All right, we're going to do this. Yes, we're totally going to do this. Lily is going to be our group leader for group 1. Group 1 will consist of the 5 of you. So Lily, Chiling, Teku, Nicole, and Andrea. The 5 of you will work together on recommendations 1 through 14. 2 of those were already approved, so there's actually 12 of them you're doing. So 1 through 14. Right? Somebody write that down in your group. Circle around each other and start working on them. Lily will be the scribe and will type up the edits on the computer. The rest of you have your paper copies so you can see what she's working on. Our next group, group 2, will be Cherokee, John, Stuart, and Jim. The 4 of you will work on 15 through 26. Somebody write that down, 15 through 26. Okay? Group 3 will be myself. I will lead this group with Yolanda, Brad, Seth, and Jerry. And we're going to do 27 through 40. The remaining ones, numbers 41 through 52, are going to be led by Megan. So it'll be Megan, Carol, Charles, Jake, and Carla. All right, so circle up around each other. The person I meant is the leader. So Lily, Megan, myself, and Jim will do the typing. And we're going to try to do this in approximately 15 minutes. Yes, Megan, question. There may be some additional ones that have come in. And so as we're workshopping these, if we have a few minutes, we can pull up some extra ones, okay?
One question.
So just to reiterate, group 1 here with Lily is doing 1 through 14. Group 2 over there with Jim is doing 15 to 26. Group 3 with me is doing 27 to 40. And Megan's group is doing 41 to 52.
Question. For just clarification, I submitted recommendation number 11, and it's now in another section. So I just want you all to delete that group that has 1 through 14. Delete number 11. Because it's somewhere else. It's in somebody else's pot.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt everyone for just a moment. We're at the 2-minute warning, so please wrap it up in the next 2 minutes. And when you're done, email it to chairnack@gmail.com. Thanks.
Okay, everybody, go ahead and take your recommendations and cut and paste them out of there. So your 12 recommendations, or if you eliminate some of them, it could be less. Take that, and so Jim already has his. I just gave him mine. Megan, if you can cut and paste them to an email to Jim or send them to Chair Knack, your 12 recommendations, the same thing, Lily. We're going to compile them and get going here in like a minute because we've got 40 minutes to approve 50 recommendations, and we're going to do them all.
Okay, if everyone could take their seats, we're going to go get started in about 1 minute.
Yeah, everyone, please take your seats. The show is about to start. Okay, are they all in there? Yes, they are. All right, so let's scroll up to the top, and we're going to go ahead and get started. Awesome. Okay, and the amazing Terry Minnis is going to help me out here. She's gonna sit there and she's gonna do our she's I don't even know what to call her, just a whiz at she's a whiz at doing these cut, paste, move things around. In addition to an extraordinary lawyer, she is also a phenomenon with this. Okay, so we're just going to move. What we're going to do is we're going to move quickly through these since most of the wordsmithing has already been done. And my suggestion is unless there is an objection to it, we're just going to keep going and do a big sweeping vote sort of at the end. Are we okay with that? As long as you don't, if you object to it, then we'll stop and pause. If you do not, we'll just go through it and approve them in mass. All right, does that sound good? Because we have...
So friendly amendment for number 1, to operate jointly with the CSAC. We were told that was basically going to happen. So we already approved this. That would just add that language to it.
He already added it to there. So okay, so we're okay with that. And then, okay, we're sorry. All right, so number 2, the NAC recommends that the Data Stewardship Committee use 100% counts for the American Indian and Alaska Native populations for purposes of federal allocation formulas. The United States has a special trust relationship with federally recognized AIAN tribes and individual AIN and beneficiaries that commands the highest legal and moral obligations. This responsibility is grounded in the U.S. Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, and early federal tribal treaties. Okay, so this is from Nicole and James together. Everybody cool with this? Awesome, sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Okay, so then we will go ahead and move down to our next one. Okay, awesome. All right, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau should keep the NAC informed about hiring levels for temporary census employees by region and anticipate the need for greater resources, paper questionnaires and enumerators in hard-to-count and low-response communities and other historically undercounted communities of color. Everybody cool with this? Yes, 1,000 times yes. All right, next. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau work with Alaska Federation of Natives to provide better outreach and education to Alaska, the screen's moving. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau work with the Alaska Federation of Natives to provide better outreach and education to Alaska Native, we already approved this one, moving on. The NAC recommends.
Hold on, Julie, you're
Yes.
going too fast, it's Nicole. Before you move on, Alaska Native needs to be plural in that second to last sentence.
Okay, Alaska Natives.
Directed at Alaska Natives.
Okay. Missing an S there,
Yep.
directed at Alaska Natives. Great, thanks so much, Nicole.
Thank you.
All right, so we approved that one yesterday, it looks like. The NAC recommends, it just moved, can you go down? Oh, the NAC recommends that that in its recruitment efforts, the Census Bureau clarify for applicants the meaning of authorized to work in the U.S. Okay, so I guess there's been some confusion about that, and Interdeep wanted that to be spelled out more clearly in the outreach stuff. Sound reasonable to folks? Sounds good. All right, moving right along here. Request for information. The NAC requests that the Census Bureau provide additional details regarding its internet choice option for self-response, particularly regarding the specific census tracts within the internet choice universe and the rationale, language, digital divide, etc. All low response rate populations should have the same opportunity and criteria for inclusion as an internet choice census tract, notwithstanding the availability of paper forms several weeks and 4 mailings later in the 2020 census cycle. Okay, so this is wanting to have paper as an option earlier for self-response, basically. Jerry, this is yours. Microphone, Jerry.
Get my thoughts together. I think there should be some transparency in exactly what has gone into deciding what is an internet choice geographic area, and that the broadest application of that be applied to communities across the country, and not just related to language, but perhaps other indicators. And if language is an issue, that there be, we know that there are Haitian populations in Florida, the largest population of Haitians in Florida, and probably extremely low response communities, that they should have the same opportunity, if they haven't already, to be included in the internet choice option. That's
Okay,
my
this looks
concern.
good. As Terry just mentioned to me, I think this looks like both a request for information and a recommendation. So the request for information part seems to be that the NAC requests the Census Bureau provide additional details regarding internet choice option for self-response and so on. But then you also have in here a recommendation. The NAC recommends that all low response rate populations should have the same opportunity and criteria for inclusion as internet choice. So there's a second,
Yeah.
see, there's a recommendation in here, and there's also a request for information.
And if
So-
there's a common threshold for low response, if it's a community that has less than, if 25% or more percent of that population did not fill out a census form in 2010, maybe they should be a part of this internet choice option as well. I mean, what good are those
Okay.
numbers if we're not going to use them?
So are we okay with this one then, as a combination of a request for information and a recommendation? Yes? Does it need any, are we good with it, how it looks? I think they should be able to, census nodding, yeah, they should be able to understand it. Okay, moving on to our next one. Yeah, I think we're just do as approve as we go through, and we'll actually call it a vote, official vote at the end. But we're basically approving as we go through. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau include service-based enumeration, group quarters, and transitory locations, and provided by local stakeholders in their advanced contract and enumeration spreadsheets referred to as ad template to support the enumeration of people experiencing homelessness and housing instability. Such additions should be accepted until mid-January 2020, which is prior to advanced contract, and can increase the likelihood of having accurate locations for these mobile populations. Sounds good? Very straightforward? Okay. Approve, moving on. Yes, okay. The NAC recommends the service-based enumeration and temporary non-shelter outdoor location operations. They are still separate here. The NAC recommends the service-based enumeration and temporary non-shelter outdoor location operations consider the magnitude of areas that have over 40,000 people experiencing homelessness who will need to be counted during the 3 nights of TNSOL, and be allowed to partner and use local cultural facilitators, guides who already work with these individuals to assist in the 3-night count. So this is basically the counts of persons who do not have a home, basically, and so they increase that. We're cool with this? All right, moving on. Approved? The NAC recommends developing a working group. Yes?
Yeah.
Is there something there?
We had a discussion about why set a 40,000 benchmark as a criteria for working with community agencies on the previous recommendation.
Okay, scroll back for
You
us,
can
if
cut
you
that
would,
out.
Terry.
What?
We could remove
I mean,
the.
it just seems like as a general guideline, if the Census Bureau thinks that there's an especially
Yeah,
high
right
or-
here to the
or
one we
dense
just approved.
homeless population, the recommendation should be that they should work with these.
Yeah, that was our.
Friendly amendment, so we're
Totally
moving
arbitrary.
off the 40,000 to, so consider the magnitude of areas that have people, substantial
I think-
people.
I think the concern there was like, how do we, I don't think that they're gonna shift the operation in all cities across the country, so how do we set a baseline where we're like, there's some places where you just gotta do this differently. But that number was totally arbitrary, so if there's a
What would we
different
like
number-
instead, just substantial numbers, or?
But then what does that mean, right?
What does substantial mean? Okay,
Or dense?
what was it?
Perhaps dense? Denser? I don't know.
The magnitude of areas that have substantial populations of people experience, substantial populations, how about that? Substantial might vary for your community, but in terms of being able to sort of basically deputize people to be able to do this, I mean, I think that would be because you don't have, you have too many people for the amount of time that the wait would be, right? So substantial seems fine. Yes?
But I think Megan's concern is that if you say substantial, it makes it vague enough for them just to say, yeah, we can't do that because that doesn't mean anything. So I think
Okay.
Megan's point, although she seems willing to, the number could be a different number, so you could drop it substantially. You could say 10,000, you could say 25,000.
What number would you all feel comfortable with?
Or we just leave it and then,
So,
If you leave it, nothing is going to happen.
What if we say 10, because there's actually there are many, 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 many cities that are very far under 10, and just the number of cities over 10 is actually pretty small. So even if we said 10, it cuts it in a different place, but still keeps.
Can I make just a suggestion that we just say what we just said, which is if the Bureau believes that it would be difficult to enumerate the number of homeless in the 3-day period they use. What's that?
They don't believe they think they're doing fine. So that's my problem with it.
All right, let's just move it to 10, okay? Does that sound good? Okay, all right.
Julie, 10
Yes.
minutes.
Huh?
10-minute warning.
Well, we won't end at 150, right? We end at 2, right? Karen doesn't need to say very much at the end. She can say bye, peace out. Y'all are good?
158.
158. All right, we have approximately 20 minutes or less to go. Okay, I can talk. I'm a really fast talker. The NAC recommends developing a working group inclusive of SMEs in areas of expertise, the subject matter experts, for those who know the abbreviations, in areas of expertise who have access with subgroups such as those with cognitive impairment as well as visual impairment and any other subgroups at risk of not being able to complete the self-response tool before its release in March 2020. Although the self-response tool is a 508 level 2 compliant, it has been confirmed that it has not been tested with persons who have cognitive impairments, i.e. developmental disabilities and intellectual disabilities. This makes the tool available but not accessible and therefore not fully compliant with federal law. Okay? That sounds fine. Moving on. Approved. Next. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide greater transparency to the process it will be using for administrative records to produce citizenship data file pursuant to the executive order. Sounds good to me. Yes? Friendly amendment, please turn your mic on.
The friendly amendment I would offer is subject to privacy protections, because I'm not entirely sure that this can be done.
I'm not sure what, so they're asking, what she's asking is for the Bureau to say how they're going to create the citizen voting age population using administrative records. It doesn't have to do with the actual data collection process, right? Okay.
I apologize.
Request, so we're good with that one. Request for information, the NAC requests that the Census Bureau clarify the number of visits to an address that we may do NRFU before administrative records are used to enumerate the household. Okay? That's come up a lot this meeting, right? The NAC recommends that no household be enumerated using administrative records unless the household's address has been visited a minimum of 4 times during NRFU. Yes. Okay. Request for information. The NAC requests that the Census Bureau clarify how it will evaluate the quality of administrative records it intends to use to enumerate households. Yes? Okay. All right.
Question?
Yes.
Is the recommendation 4 linked to recommendation 1?
No.
Seems different.
Yeah, because they're two different and separate processes, and we want information on both, I think.
Okay.
Okay, next. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau consider the presence of detailed self-identified race and ethnicity data as part of the quality assessment it does in any administrative records. Okay. All right, no objections, we're moving along. Request for information. The NAC requests that the Census Bureau provide the NAC with clear and transparent information regarding its plan to use alternative enumeration techniques, such as including administrative records, et cetera, in low-response communities, particularly communities of color. The concern is that for the hardest to enumerate, enumerators will forego knocking on doors early in the process and resort to the least labor-intensive process for enumeration during non-response follow-up. This information is less accurate than more traditional forms of enumeration, paper, telephone, et cetera, and jeopardizes the overall overall accuracy of the count, particularly for purposes of apportionment. Okay? Yes? From Jerry? All right. Microphone's not on?
I thought I had revised that question and kind of cleaned it up a little bit, especially the
Well,
last sentence, but go ahead.
It's fairly clear, so
Okay,
I
okay.
think it's fairly understandable. So let's keep going. We must forge ahead, T-minus 10 minutes. Okay. The NAC recommends that the LA region prioritize the hiring of at least one bilingual partnership specialist who's fluent in an Alaska Native language. Currently, none of the partnership specialists in the LA region speak Alaska Native languages, despite the high limited English proficiency rates of Alaska Natives in Alaska. Okay, so this is, but it says LA region, and then the thing at the end says in Alaska?
Yeah, that's correct, because Alaska's in the LA region.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Ha, that's right. Now I remember that from our group discussion. For a moment, I was like, okay, all right, got it? We're good with that? That's good, we're approved. Okay. The NAC recommends that the LA region prioritize hiring bilingual partnership specialists who are fluent in one or more AAPI languages, especially Japanese and Korean, with a secondary priority of Khmer and Thai. Currently, none of the partnership specialists in the LA region speak those languages, despite the large need for those languages. Okay? Yes? Good. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau match, yes?
The usage of AAPI doesn't reflect the Census Bureaus and the long, hard fought, battle that the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander population had to have it disaggregated. Should this committee refer to AAPI? Or should we, say Asian and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander to make sure that we, it's a
I'm okay with that.
technicality.
We can change AAP to Asian, American, and
Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander. I'm questioning.
okay.
Then the other
What would you
question,
like for it to say instead? And I would defer to, this is Chaling's
But
recommendation.
As we talk about, should it be Asians and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders?
Turn your mic on.
languages?
Yes. What's the name census use? Because there's so many different way, Asian Pacific American, Asian American Pacific Islanders, and so what's word census use?
Asian, and then Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander.
Okay, let's change this to Asian. Asian and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Jerry.
Wait, but you
Native-
don't actually have any Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander languages listed. So either I would say you need to add them, or you just drop the NHPI from this. Do you understand what I'm saying? All the languages you have here are
Asian languages. Okay, Lily?
I was just going to say that in one of the other recommendations, I know these have been edited, so I don't know what 11 and 12 look like, but we did make a recommendation to include Samoan and Tongan. And so I don't know if that was in
I think
the
that's in a
revision.
later one,
Yeah.
looking at,
Then
we can just say Asian languages here, and then we mention the other ones in another one.
Okay.
Since
Or
we
combine
have
these, 'cause they're
approximately
essentially-
10 minutes left, let's do that. Okay, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau match current non-English language coverage by partnership specialists in every MSA by the top 10 most commonly spoken non-English languages in those MSAs in order to identify obvious gaps in language coverage. For example, this would address omissions like no Korean or Japanese language coverage by partnership specialists in Los Angeles. Okay? Yes? Approved? Okay. The NAC recommends that the LA region prioritize hiring a bilingual partnership specialist who's fluent in the Persian language. Currently, none of the partnership specialists in LA region speaks Persian, despite the large need for that language. Yes? Nods? Because that's his recommendation. We might want to, this would be a real issue for the Detroit area and Michigan and other places too. We do have another one later that says take into account the local dynamics of who lives there and pick partnership specialists in language, but we'll just leave it with that. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau's Integrated Partnership and Communications team follow up with an assessment, evaluation, and summary of the schools that participated in the 2020 Census in Schools program and report that information to the NAC. Okay, excellent. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau's Integration Partnership and Communication team provide a more representative portrayal in the PSAs and outreach media for the Asian American Pacific Islander population, reflecting its mixed race and highly diverse population. For example, including mixed race children with the family images in the commercials. That sounds good. Scroll me down some for the next one.
Going
Yeah.
back to 11, that should be statistics in schools.
Census in schools, it should be
No,
statistics in schools?
Yeah.
Okay,
Census.
change that
was
to
2010.
statistics in schools.
I just had a comment.
Yes.
On number 12, you were talking about the PSAs.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if the PSAs are done and out the door, so I don't know if you want to be broader in terms of what you're calling out. If you're asking for more representative portrayal,
Just
maybe
'cause-
in all the communication going forward.
Sure.
But the PSAs, I think, are finished, I thought.
Well,
No, they're
but
still
we
working
didn't-
on them, and
Well, we didn't see the AAPI, we didn't
And we
see the
didn't see
Asian
it.
American one, so we have no way to comment, so that was my comment. for
So
that,
it's still work in progress? Okay.
Right, yeah, yeah.
okay, so we've got that one as well. That one's approved as well. Do we want to just leave it? Let's just leave it for, unless you want to change it to Native, you can just, there you go, that's fine, perfect. So that one's approved. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau Community Partnership and Engagement Program consider expanding its hiring of partnership specialists to reflect the language diversity of the local populations during outreach. For example, in Los Angeles, to consider hiring speakers of Korean, Japanese, Gujarati, Persian, Samoan, and Tongan. In Honolulu, to hire speakers of Korean, Japanese, Tagalog, Samoan, and Tongan. So here's again, we have match it to the area, which kind of could cover multiple languages, but those are some of the examples that are used. Yes? Okay. I put approved and move us down some. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau Community Partnership and Engagement Program provide adequate partnership specialists in Hawaii. Hawaii has been grouped in, with other high population locations, and there are concerns that they are not getting the outreach support they need. We request continued updates on the progress on this matter. Okay. Request for information. The NAC requests information on which criteria are used to determine the language expertise required for the metropolitan areas on slide 67 of Willette and group presentation. This was from Interdeep, wanting to know more information about the languages that were selected for partnerships and expertise in those areas. So it's a request for information. Okay with that? All right. Moving us along. The NAC recommends that the special emphasis be placed on bilingual. Oh, we already proved that one. We already proved that one. Moving on to 18 there then. The NAC recommends that the Bureau provide more clarity on the mobile questionnaire assistance center plans to the public and NAC members as soon as it is available. Currently, advocacy organizations are planning to engagement strategies without this information and maybe duplicating the Bureau's planned efforts. Census will operationalize in less than 4 months with mailing letters to households the week of March 12th, inviting people to self-respond to the census via internet. As mobile QACs are now a major part of the 2020 census operations and data collection, the Census Bureau must provide more transparency and details regarding the number and distribution of the mobile QACs across 6 regions and local communities. In addition, the Census Bureau should work closely with local officials and national organizations to obtain a list of activities and events where QACs should visit and enumerate low response populations. It's a combination of Megan and Jerry's together in one. Yes?
I would just make this a request for information, probably just label it a request for information, because I think that's what it is.
I just had one comment, and it's, I guess, more for clarification. It says that mobile QACs are now a major part, and I don't know if they've fully been approved or funded, so we just want to maybe modify that, or being considered as a major part.
Okay, wait, first back to Jim's. I think this is actually a recommendation. We're recommending that they provide that to the partners and these other people, right? Not just to us. When requests for information are requests that you tell the NAC something, recommendations are things where we'd want them to do something. So we want them to produce this information and put it out there. That's a recommendation. So I want to take the request for information off. Go ahead and delete that. And then Carla, yours was?
It was just a slight, it was just a clarification question, perhaps a slight modification in the language, because I thought it said, as mobile QACs are now a major part of the 2020 census operations and data collection, and I just didn't know if it was absolutely a part. I know it's a consideration and currently under the discretion for funding, but I don't think it's been approved, so.
And I thought that Congress did approve funding, and Al, did they not? Not yet?
Okay, so
So
as
it's just
mobile
a
QACs are now a part, we can remove major. They're going to be a part of it. So just take the major off because we don't know how major the part will be. How's that? That takes care of it? All approved? We have 10 minutes. We can do this. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau leverage integrated community-level health and human service delivery by including family resource centers, WIC, community clinics, and federally qualified health centers as potential sites for the mobile questionnaire assistance center visits. Okay? Yes. Okay, so we approved that one. Approved. Scrolling down. This was one that we weren't sure. Lily, don't leave. This was yours. So the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau consider sharing media buy-ins with other partners who have in-language media budgets to avoid duplication and to ensure transparency and correct in-language usage. This will allow local programming to focus on more local and regional ethnic media. I have a star there because we weren't really sure that the Census Bureau can go in with other outlets, and I think you're asking them to collectively buy time, or I'm not sure what, we didn't know what this meant, basically. We need some clarity.
So to at least share with local media that are already doing the same thing, so in other words, you don't have duplication in both of those spaces, and then what that will allow is for the local media to do deeper dive and go into
Okay, so not sharing
programming,
the actual buy-in, sharing the content. So maybe take the star off.
They're sharing, Lily, they're sharing the buys in December, early December. They're
Okay.
sharing the media buys.
So how can we make this a bit more clear then? So you could take the star off the
can
front there.
probably
I just did that to make us go back to it. So NAC recommends the Census Bureau consider
Can
sharing
we pause for a sec?
information.
We may
Yeah.
just not need this recommendation because they're already going to share the media buys down to the local level in early December.
Okay, you want to take it off then?
You can
Lily,
leave it
or
if
do
you
you wanna
want,
leave
but
it?
we may
Let's
not
just
need it.
leave it and then see, it won't hurt, right?
Okay,
Or
so we
will-
want to leave it, but it's not clear because I didn't know what it meant and neither did the rest of our group.
Well, I wonder, Megan, do you think, should the recommendation then be a very time-specific in case, since sometimes timing slips?
There you
right?
go. Yeah.
I just wanted to add, though, I don't know that we want to do what it says because, for example, the Navajo Nation, the Census Bureau is going to air ads there, but we are also airing ads, and there is going to be duplication, but there's a reason for that.
But I think what she's asking for is not that they not duplicate, but that they share information, right? Is that it? I'm not sure. Do we want to table this one? Because we have 6 minutes. So,
Just real quickly, but Jim, I think this, maybe you can change to help avoid duplication. I mean, where it makes sense to duplicate, that's fine. I think the point Lily's trying to make is that people who don't have the funding or don't want to duplicate shouldn't duplicate just because they don't have access to information.
I guess I would just clarify, if there's a way we can just clarify, it's for Census to share the information so the CBOs can make a decision on whether or not they want to do it, because we are going to do it in places like Arizona and New Mexico, regardless of whether or not there's duplication.
But in some other places, not having to spend the money twice, knowing that if the Census Bureau is already going to do it, then those local agencies or those local CBOs can then focus their energy on doing a deeper dive wherever they are locally.
let's see. This is why Terry's so amazing. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau share information on buy-ins with other partners who have in-language media budgets to allow partners to make informed decisions that can help avoid duplication and to ensure the transparency and correct in-language usage. Yes? Okay, perfect. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau add PSA, a public service announcement for our Asian American community to attend to the diversity among this community. So the PSA for Asian Americans, we already got another one up higher on that, so maybe we can take this one off and we were just duplicating. Let's just take that one off, since we just did it. Take that one off, because that duplicated the one that we just did. The Census Bureau should provide briefings and presentations on a sample of the 2020 census ad campaigns for each of the targeted audiences before they are shown next year. Okay, fine with that. Okay, the NAC would like to highlight that different hard-to-count communities may be wary of the government for very different reasons. The NAC recommends that research out of the CBAMs to focus on racial and other differences in government trust that may shape attitudes. Census outreach should cater to specific needs of these communities. Great, okay, approved. Moving on, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau Community Partnership and Engagement Program consider expanding its hiring of partnership specialists to reflect the language diversity of the local populations during outreach. For example, in Los Angeles, to consider speakers of Korean, Japanese. Didn't we already do this one? Okay, we just did this one, so delete that one. We just did this one on another, for some reason it was duplicated in 2 sections. So we just did this one, let's take it out. The NAC recommends the Census Bureau Community Partnership and Engagement, didn't we do this one too? We did that one already? That was duplicated for some reason? Okay, request for information, the NAC, goes over criteria, we already did this one too. Those are all done? Yes, we're moving right along here. The NAC recommends that special emphasis be placed on bilingual. We approved that one, we approved the next one. Scroll me down some. We can do this. We got 3 minutes. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau provide more clarity on the mobile. We've got repeats here. This is all duplicates. Delete that and that one. I'm not sure what happened here. Did we miss a cut-in of one of ours, or what happened? This is all duplicate. What happened here? Okay, just see if you can figure out where the duplication ends. We really should just have Megan's group left, because we already did the ones from mine, and I was group 3. So can we get us to the last grouping of them? Have we done yours, Megan, the one that your group was doing, or not yet? They must have just, okay, just get rid of all the duplications and see if we can get to Megan's at the bottom. Where did we begin? Oh, the numbers they're all gone now, basically, but. Okay, that's the first one of it, I think. The first one is delete 25 there, and then that starts Megan's right there. Okay, perfect. Noting the large numbers of Latinos that speak English, the NAC recommends that the messaging to Latino community include both English and Spanish. Okay.
So Julie, we just kind of got the hook because we're at like 3 minutes out. What Enid said is we can go through and just review them very quickly, but we can always edit them afterwards. We can go ahead and vote on them overall, though. Maybe
Okay, well,
just
we have 2 minutes, so we're going to use those 2 minutes and we're going to do this, because we only have Megan's left, and so there's like 10 here, right? The NAC recommends that once the media plan is finalized, to determine if it's feasible to run the market mix modeling study to determine the ROI of different channels, touch points to use a media plan. For example, paid TV was responsible for X number of census completes, yielding an ROI of, there's a dollar sign there. Digital banner ads were responsible for Y census completes. Okay, is this, I don't even understand this one. Yes? Okay, are we all right with this one? People who do understand it? Okay, moving on. Request for information. It would be great to get clarification on scroll me back up here. What elements, I'm not sure what happened there. Okay, table that one. Moving on. Can you put tabled next to it? Okay, I'll keep reading. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau broaden the scope of the National Partnership Development Outreach that focuses on vulnerable children and families and undercount of young children to include child advocacy organizations and direct service providers such as these list of people. Yes? Okay, approve that one. And let's keep going. It's a long list. Let's just approve it. Okay, the NAC requests that the Census Bureau offer publicly available integrated partnership and internet self-response presentations and widely distribute them to partners who are concluding Get Out the Count campaigns as well as partnership specialists. Yes? Okay. The NAC recommends that the communications about the undercount released in the 2020 census should include racial ethnic undercount rates and state level addition to the national data points. Yes. The request for information. The NAC requests that the Bureau communicate its plans, including a timeline for fielding data release for the post-enumeration survey. Yes. Request for information. We understand that a certain portion of the population will be undercounted. The NAC requests clarification on how the Bureau will communicate details about the undercount to the public, and what sort of details will the Bureau be able to include in that communication. Yes? Please tell me we're almost there. Okay, yes, and I'm going to keep reading. The NAC recommends that the census conduct an additional evaluation, scroll me back up please, additional evaluation of the 2020 census related specifically to the experiences and efforts to reduce the undercount of young children, including an increasingly full participation within complex households involving collection and description of actions to complete count committees in this area, and the perceptions of the committees and their leaders on their learnings from this work. Yes? The NAC recommends that the census conduct additional evaluation of the 2020 census related specifically to the experiences of partner organizations in engaging the complete count committees, and assessment of the involvement of experiences of those organizations currently serving areas with populations with histories of the undercount. Yes? Okay, how many right left? The census must provide, we have 2 left. Census must provide more transparency on the activities, discussions, and conclusions of the interagency task force currently collecting data in response to the former citizenship question. Former citizenship question. I'm not sure what this one is here. Executive order, the executive order regarding citizenship. I think that's what you mean here, right? Do we already have this one? No, okay. So change that to collecting data in response to the executive order regarding citizenship. I'll keep reading while you type that. Recommend that the alone and combination disaggregation be prioritized for all proposed data products labeled race alone. This is especially critical for Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander populations. change that to NAC recommends, citizenship, and I think that we are good.
On 11, if we say activities, discussions, and conclusions, that kind of gives the Bureau permission to proceed without talking to us in advance. Maybe we
Okay,
should
so what would
say-
you like it to say? We're at 2 o'clock. Microphone's not on, Jerry. They can't hear you.
Hate to do this wordsmithing on the fly like this, but we shouldn't say conclusions. We want to be a part of the process before these decisions are made. Okay.
Discussions, just take out conclusions. We'd be a part of the activities, discussions. Terry will save us. Inclusion on the activities, discussions, and conclusions. So we want to inclusion in that process. How's that? Okay? All right, thumbs up. Okay, all in favor of all of these officially? Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, we approved 52 recommendations because we're like that awesome, and we did it at 2:01. So not too bad. Yes, this needs to be saved. Tony or Enid or someone with technical skills, please come over before I accidentally delete it. Okay, I'm turning this over to Karen to close us out.
Okay, thank you everyone for participating in the National Advisory Committee meeting. I hope you found the presentations informative. And again, thank you all for the great discussion. I would also like to take a moment to thank our Census Advisory Committee branch staff who did a great job facilitating the meeting for us. Thank you. And just a reminder, the bus will leave in about 15 minutes, and the bus will make 2 stops. We'll stop at the Ronald Reagan Airport and at the hotel. All right, well, this concludes the Fall 2019 NAC meeting. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Hey, Karen, can we thank Enid? Enid's last day is today with us. This is her last committee meeting.
Thank you so much, Enid, for everything. You're amazing. Big applause for putting up with all of us. Thank you.